We're at Bruships 240. That is ever so slightly scary. 240 episodes of Bruships. Oh.
There we go.
Hello, everyone. And, yeah. Questions are live, or at least they should be. The bot should be on. Should be working. Last I checked, it was. Yeah, it does sometimes decide that. Sometimes it just decides it's just not going to connect up with... Like at the moment, it's decided it's not connecting up with Stream Deck. I have no idea why, but it's not completely connecting up with... Not connecting up with Stream Deck. Okay. So restart Stream Deck. And yes, now it's connected up with Stream Deck. And the bot should come on. Hello, Dan. How are you doing? I thought it was Dan. I kept hearing usually it's Dan who has the sound issues, so this sounds terrible. I normally presume if there are sound issues going on, it's Dan.
No, this is a dragon. No, man, I didn't get to the whole time.
Okay. If I go to the Q&A... Yes, that's appeared. And questions should be live. Let's see if the bot's working. Everyone, is the bot working?
Oh, you ask so much of me.
I do ask these things of you because...
Not quite. It does not appear to be awake.
No.
That's the wrong one. Well, that much is working. There we go. Now it's awake. Maybe not.
It's got Stafford's test, so Stafford's Q&A test has come through, so the bot is working. Of some kind, the bot is now working.
Okay.
In some fashion, it is working. Yay, it's got a question from you, the Legacy. That's good. So whilst it's getting questions in, I'm going to leave you quickly with my co-host while I go over there and get a can of Iron Brew. I'm going to get two. Runon has pinned a message. That is worrying. That's to keep track.
Yes.
It goes weird.
Yes.
So how is everyone doing today?
Potatoes.
Huh?
Potatoes. I have...
Did you say
13
potatoes?
hours. Yes, I did. I have 13 hours before I have to leave to go to work.
13 hours?
Yeah.
Seriously, they give you plenty of time off, don't they? I mean, that's luxurious.
Doc, I'm not a workaholic.
You
I work because, unfortunately, I live in a capitalistic society which requires me to pay for things like food and shelter.
Ronald, weren't you the one who actively agreed to working, 70-hour work weeks?
Because the money's good, not because I actually want to work 72 hours in a turbine hall. I don't want to work 72s, but I'm not dumb enough to turn down 4,100 a week.
That's fair, I guess, but still.
Yes, but you can't have fries without potatoes, Blistine.
Actually, you can.
That is heresy and sacrilege.
Wow,
And if we were,
there's a lot of questions from Knight coming in, and Carrot,
why,
and Rune von
why
Bismarck,
do you why do you
and
think we
Westwood.
have a cooldown on question submissions?
Westwood Sailor has got a question in. I haven't seen Westwood Sailor in a while. I don't think I've seen Westwood Sailor before. Maybe I have, but I don't think they're not a name I sort of I really recognise. Hello, Bob Semple.
They're sailing east.
How is everyone? How are we all doing today? Ready for another Bruships? This is Bruships 240. That's kind of freaking me out a little bit. Because that means we're only 20 away and we'll have done 5 years worth of Bruships. Because 260 is 5 times 52, so basically you could watch Bruships a week for 5 years and not repeat. Leslie has a... Okay, so here's the thing. Leslie's just written he has a cold and has had to stop doing Kyoto today because of this. Am I the only one who's thinking that means that basically the world is almost ending? Because for Leslie to admit he's ill enough to stop doing Kyoto, he must be really, really ill.
All I'm going to say is that if you thought today was a day for malfeasance and messing around, it's not. And I would strongly advise against it.
Also, Leslie is our newest flotilla leader, which has skipped some people by. That he is our newest flotilla leader.
Don't worry, he did not get a pay increase in excess of his erstwhile superiors.
I think the pay is defined as you stand on a scales, and according to your weight, that's how many butterfly flaps you earn a month. They've gone quiet at that one. They're doing the maps. Okay.
I mean, 285 instances of nothing is still nothing.
Okay. Steve is already putting reminders in the chat. Just reminder, we take 30 questions, then we pause, and then we take more.
I always love how Knight loves to delete his statements when the bot kicks them back.
Oh. Oh, no. Yeah, we're having fun. Anyway, we are having a lot of fun. How are you doing, Dragon? How goes your world? Has Dragon seen all the other lane questions coming his way and run?
Potentially. I know I would.
Left the computer logged in and just basically gone, I'm going for the hills now.
This isn't...
I'm gone. Very silent mouse. As a non-pom, what does that drink? It's Iron Brew. It's a soft drink. This is 1901. These are actually some cans which were sent to me very kindly by Paul, one of our other flotilla, admins, Master of Arms. I'm not sure if he is a flotilla leader. And it's a Scottish soft drink. It's basically the Scottish equivalent of cola, but it's orange and it's lovely. But yes, it's Iron Brew. It's a soft drink. And if you have as much Scottish blood in you as I do, you either drink whiskey or you drink Iron Brew. I drink Iron Brew because I don't drink whiskey. And I'm at a count of 2 cans already. Thank you, Steve, for spotting that. I think he's meaning as laying questions from Knight, but
Knight.
but I take it as cans.
See, Knight, when you see the message come back, at the end of it, it tells you that how many seconds it is until you can post another question. So, and even then, you could set up a timer on your phone or your watch or the nearest analog clock you can find for 90 seconds after you hit enter.
Yeah. I'm on Montana 67. This is actually 1901. Iron Brew 1901 is actually technically it's classified as an energy drink, not a soft drink, to get it through legislation that allowed for the be sold in the UK. But this is the original recipe from 1901. What you normally see me drinking is the much cheaper current recipe, which is still nice, but it's not as smooth as this is. This is the sort of drink which you can smoothly drink yourself into a diabetic coma. It has that much sugar and caffeine in it, but you won't notice it going down because it is so smooth. It is really, really smooth. And it is nice stuff. Montana 16. I haven't been gone yet, and Steve has already imposed more rules on Knight. There is actually a common, sort of a myth around Powder Monkey that it was actually created to deal with the sheer volume of questions coming from Knight. This, of course, has never been, claimed or disclaimed. This is just a rumor.
No, it's been confirmed. That I confirmed that. Now it was initially predicated by Scandi, the Scandi trip.
Yes.
When you had I think it was a Bruships live joint with Drac on Drac's channel.
Yes.
And Drac has no moderators on his channel.
And it had to switch over to my channel at one point, didn't it, for a bit? Because of the computer's malfunctioning.
No, it started on your channel. Yeah. Your stream setup borked. Then it went to Drac's. We couldn't keep up, and I said, there has to be a way to automate this. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, Knight 6831 exists.
Knight is a really good member of this channel, but he does come along with quite literally a list of prepared questions. So his speed of putting a question in the chat is copy paste. Hence the 96-second timeout, because most of us aren't quite so prepared. Oh, thank you, Scottish Nerd. Thank you. Super chat came in. So I've just counted. Bruships 250 will be the 4th of July weekend. Seem worth your note. Yes, it will be. It will technically be on the 5th of July, but I am planning already which premiere is going to be on the 4th of July. It might be, why didn't the Royal Navy do more to suppress the American Revolution? Because all the decent Navy was off fighting the French, and they frankly were not really as focused on it as the army was. But yeah, right. Let's see questions. So why T the Legacy? Many people ask, put X Monday carrier cruiser destroyer aircraft into Y World War II engagement. But is there a historical example of a battle with that level of technological disparity? An example of that level of technological disparity. Some of the junks which were fighting Eagle, and I think the other carrier occasionally involved was Hermes, but I think Eagle, was it Eagle who covered the job, or was it Argus? It was definitely Hermes primarily. In terms of the South China Sea dealing with pirates in the 1920s, Many of them were in junks, and they were armed with swords and bows and arrows, and not actually carrying any. Didn't actually have any guns, and they were being attacked by aircraft, basically. Because what the Royal Navy did was they would listen for a flare, send an aircraft in the direction of the merchant ship. The merchant ship was surrounded by these junks trying to board it, and the aircraft would come in and go, "I've got machine guns." And occasionally, "I've got a bomb."
Oh, what?
This was in the 1920s. Royal Navy counter-piracy operations in the 1920s in the South China Sea.
Okay, so I joined and then you went, I've got a bomb.
Yeah. Basically,
Yes, that's what you are.
Yeah.
You are the bomb.
Thank you, Rune von Bismarck. Yeah. Yes, you can send super chats.
You could always send super chats.
Yeah. Super chats have always worked on my channel. Actually, although, here's the thing. While beginning, and this is something for you to sort of think about in the chat and put in your ideas, I have been told off, to an extent, by YouTube for not doing enough stuff for my members, of my channel members, the people who pay money into the channel. And so I was considering doing a once-a-month members-only stream, which then goes out to everyone else 2 weeks later, as a live sort of chat session. On a day of the week. I'm not sure when I'll do it or what it'll be arranged, but I am thinking of doing it so I have once a month sessions so that I am doing something for members, because I was feeling guilty anyway as not doing enough for you all, and then I got the note from YouTube and I just went, okay. So basically, is that something you'd all like?
What would you like?
A once a month members only session, which then goes live afterwards for everyone else, but it'll be a members only live where we'd be either chat and answer history questions on YouTube. Right. Yeah, but basically, there's also been scenarios where, how do I put this? The amount of times World War II tanks have come up against increasingly more modern armies and aircraft, and there have been some very interesting competitions not that long ago for the French in Africa, where they were, according to one of my friends involved in the French army, the actual question was, should we actually be shooting at this thing? It belongs in a museum.
Okay, but where are we cutting off World War II tank at? Because arguably the Israelis were running Shermans for an obnoxiously long time.
Yes.
But they were far closer to a M60 than they were an M4 Easy 8 by the time they were done with them.
I'm told...
Talk about the M51.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
I have an image in my head, but I don't remember the exact name that they used. I know it's not the Merc, but...
Yeah.
It's the one with the really big 105 in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not a tank, it's a tank destroyer.
Okay, I'm sorry. Knight, you are in a live stream with, between the two platforms, where did it go?
We've got 75 people, roughly, watching.
Yeah, 75 people. You do not have a monopoly on entering questions. And everybody is bound by the same restriction as you are. So, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
Although, to be fair, there is Steve is putting a limit, putting an individual limit on him for his Azure Lane questions.
I mean, technically, this is an Azure Lane channel, so it's off topic as.
I actually have.
Insert word here.
I am actually due to have a chat with someone when I'm at TwitchCon, and the upshot is that if they're keen on it, after I've chatted with them, and then I will talk, of course, with Dragon and Foxer about this. If they don't mind doing it, we might end up doing a bit of an Azur Lane special. Because there is someone I'm going to be chatting to at TwitchCon, who is
God, we're doomed.
It will be. Let's put it this way. I was going no, and then they suggested that they put forward the idea of potentially sponsorship, and I'm going. Have you seen the new rates which YouTube has suggested? Yes, and we agree with them. Okay, well, if that's the case, then I've got 2 colleagues who will also deserve some money, as they will be absolutely vital to me doing anything Azur Lane, because they know far more than I do.
We need you to get you to stop dragooning these 2.
No, the thing will be literally is whatever fee they want to pay will be divided 3 ways.
Oh, okay.
That's it. I'll just make sure the fee is enough that when it's divided 3 ways, that they can buy that they, and potentially you as well, because of your support with Powder Monkey, can all buy yourselves suitably large amounts of plastic crack, as you put it, aka Warhammer 40k stuff.
Don't torture me like this. Don't give me hope.
Well, the lowest level which YouTube now recommends for a channel my size for a sponsorship, for a sponsored video live stream, which is of greater than 2.5 hours length, is $4,500. That's their recommended amount. I can't say I'm guaranteed to get that, but it is. And before anyone asks, yes, there is actually a YouTube advice sheet on what you should get. I've never done a sponsored video. I've never had that kind of money, so please note. But apparently that's the going rate for a live, if you've got roughly 20,000 subscribers, as long as it's more than 2.5 hours.
Floppy, I think I have across 3 armies about 5,000 points still in the box. I got more last night that I forgot I paid for.
Yes, I do notice Dragon and Fox have both gone quiet at the idea of getting paid, but that is the thing, is my view is I couldn't do that sort of thing if they weren't involved, and I wouldn't take the money if they weren't getting paid, if they weren't taking the money as well. Because, yeah, I'm not an expert.
Just to point out, $2.5 for a single stream.
Yes.
It's more than I paid for the white BMW.
Yeah. And I would divide that roughly. Well, if you guys think it was fair, 4 ways, including Runon, or 3.5 ways, or whatever ways we all decide. But it'll be an equal sharing. So yeah, that would be what I would do. Because as I said, they want to use my channel, but I know a little bit, and I can do the history stuff. But you guys know Azur Lane far better than me. And we would quite easily go past 2.5 hours us chatting.
Carrot, just keep in mind that Powder Monkey runs on StreamerBot. So attempting to make it anything other than Donoware would be legally interesting and not something I want to get into.
Although, honestly, chatting with LTT, they might like you so much they want to hire you to go work for them in Canada.
Hey, if they want to give me a work visa, I'm sure they could use an electrician.
Kat said, I sometimes wonder if Dr. Clarke suffers from Azur Lane at all. No, I have a policy which I've stated many, many times. Anything which leads people to naval history, I love. I might not personally enjoy it. It might not be my cup of tea. But if it gets people interested in naval history, I will quite happily talk about it. I will quite happily look at it. Because my view is, I want everyone to be interested in naval history. So what gets them there doesn't bother me. As far as I'm concerned, all roads lead to Nirvana. That is, the people being interested in naval history. Anything that gets them there...
I'll be honest, I was always semi-interested in it, but my main thing that got me into it was World of Warships.
Yeah.
That made me go, okay, what's the actual stuff behind this?
I blame Jingles.
I think Jingles is one of the ones that got me to look deeper, because it was his HMS Warspite video talking about when Warspite was first added to World of Warships, and like he went through like a 20-minute segment of talking about the ship's history and then like some excerpts from the crew. I was like, this is really interesting. Then delved almost too deep.
Don't say that to Drac, Alexander von Karstein's. He usually is not too far away from some sort of pointy metallic stick.
Now, see, I misread that initially, and I'm not sure if it's better or worse. Instead of like, want a torpedo hood, I thought it said want a torpedo hood. So HMS Hood, but refit as a torpedo battleship.
But why?
Let's carry on with the questions. Okay. Rune von Bismarck. Had China been stronger in the 19th century somehow, would European powers have gone to try and colonize easier Asian countries like Korea or Japan? Honestly, if China was similarly stroked to Japan, they're probably not going to be colonized. This is the dirty little secret of colonization. 2/3 of the time with colonizations, the occupying power is invited in by a faction within the nation because, frankly, it's making their life easier. East India Company conquered most of India, not by military force, but by being appointed the tax collectors, and then basically putting the various princes and rajas on salary while they collected the taxes and administered and ran the government. That's not to say there weren't actually people who fought and there weren't battles. There were, but again, if you go through large chunks of Africa, there were quite a few occasions where the local leadership went, "We're going to get colonized whether we like it or not. Our choice is the French or the British." The British tend to not kill us all. The French tend to come in and do nasty things to our existing leadership.
I think a very
That's
good example of it is in Nigeria, where the British Nigeria Company, or Northern Nigeria, were invited in by the locals who were rebelling against the collapsing Sokoto Caliphate.
Yep. And the locals felt they couldn't win the battle on their own, so they invited the Brits in.
Which also happened in Malaya.
Yeah. Korea is a potential, but realistically, it's more likely to be the scenario that Japan gets there first or China does. Don't the Brits do the same? No, the Brits... How do I put this? The Brits look at empire as a way to make money. Their first instinct is to keep the locals around as long as they'll work with them. So if there are always going to be some people they do end up having trouble with, but they don't usually wipe out the local leadership in the same way as the French do. And also, to an extent, that's possibly also to do with the different areas the British get their empires, because the British get a lot of their empires by gradual expansion, in that the British will seize an entrepot, a port or something, that they'll use for coaling and supporting their sailing ships, and as a trading hub. And then they'll slowly expand from there. Joe Frederick, why is it the Asian colonies were less directly controlled than African ones? Basically, it's distance. It's distance. The African ones, there is even a difference across Africa. The French North African ones are far closer, and France is trying to make them part of France. Whereas the British are basically ones are further away, and the British are going, we want them to run, and we took these colonies over from the Dutch anyway, and kind of forced the Dutch out. We did more for... one of the interesting things is in the South Africa is that there's a whole interesting thing going on there. It's a whole weird bit of history, that one.
An interesting thing, Dino's question. Quickly. Is the idea that China, up until sort of the very end of the Qing Dynasty, was a weak power?
China
Because
is one of these powers which is kind of interesting. The trouble is they in that period are a nation of great potential, but also a nation of very bad administration.
because
Yeah.
it's like when you look at the Opium Wars, the British. China's not weak enough that the British can fight one-on-one with them. They have to fight on the peripheries in the south.
Or take an entire warship, take warships up their canals and basically use the superior firepower.
Yeah. And China in this period still throws down with Russia quite a bit.
Mm.
And, well, the fact that China's intact throughout the time of relatively by World War One shows they weren't so much as a slouch earlier on.
They weren't. It's not so much they were a slouch; is that they the trouble is it's their bureaucratic inertia, and that's the thing China suffers from massively in this period. It's reforming its system in some regards. This always makes me sound terrible when I say this, but to some extent, every government before the Communist Party tried to reform the existing system. The Communist Party basically destroys the existing system and starts again. And honestly, that's probably an advantage when it comes to trying to fix it, because the trouble is, China had, by the point it falls to the communists, had become a system built upon a system, 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 built upon a system. And as anyone who's ever worked with computers or anything will tell you, at a certain point you have to start the code again. Because it's just, it can't talk properly to itself, and can't work with itself properly.
Yeah. From what I've read about China, the Chinese dynasties, especially the Ming and the Qing, tend to miss a lot of institutional and societal developments happening in the Western world. Because until you get to sort of the 20th century, China doesn't really need them. They're already a hegemonic power.
That's the trouble. They don't need that. That's also part of the problem they have, is they didn't need to evolve. They didn't need to do these things because they already had them. One of the arguments that's been made is that their naval power they didn't need because they already had a massive empire without going to sea, so they didn't need naval power. And you can agree with that, but without the naval power, it made them incredibly weak to what other nations could do to them.
Especially once the trade route shifted and the decline of the Silk Road. But
yeah. Right then. So, and I can see there's some things going on in the chat. The rule we always operate under is, as long as it's respectful and everyone chats and there's no swear words, because if my little cousins learn words, then I get into trouble. Basically, restate that. Little cousins learn words, I get in trouble. Yeah, we pretty much talk about anything, as a rule.
Fuzzy wuzzies? I've missed the context in chat. Thank you, Steve. I don't know what you're doing or why you're doing it, but I'm just going to say thank you.
Steve is doing stuff in chat. We will leave Steve to doing stuff in chat. Steve is...
Yeah, I'm just going to leave Steve to it in this one.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just leave the treasury to organising our chat.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's not like their influence on organizations has ever had a long-term negative impact.
Right, Carrot1151. Off-topic question, but are you any further with your planning or backup power options? Glasgow is the opposite end of the country from you, but I discovered I can get used panels for at £1 per 25 watts. Very cool. Yeah, pretty much they're all coming. It's all coming in, batteries, everything. We're getting it all installed, so we are actually getting a new system. But as basically I'm using the mortgage to pay for it, it seems sensible. And it's going to come with a 25-year guarantee and should pay for itself. Okay, we've added on things like a gateway, so that basically our power will switch from running completely off the battery, completely isolated system, to being connected to the national grid and back in the case of power outage or anything like that. So quickly, the computers won't notice. None of our systems will notice. It will happen that quickly that we won't. You could have medical machinery running in the house and it wouldn't notice, which is a really good way to do it. But that adds a bit onto the expense. Instead of it being paid off in 6 years, it's going to be paid off in about, I think it's 7.5 years. But frankly, that doesn't worry me at that one.
Is this server having shrunk? All right, I need to. Sorry, muttering to myself.
Okay.
And I have just been informed as to what the absolute foul language chat is on about right now. So thank you for the update, Steve.
What are they doing? Are they having a fun chat? A fun discussion going on in the chat and getting there? There's people putting Kipling references going around.
They're having one of those chats where, looked at in one context, it is absolutely acceptable. Looked at in another context, it is absolutely unacceptable.
Oh, so it's normal for our chat then?
I guess, but I'm basically just, yeah, great. I'll have to put a little bit more eyeballs over there while I attempt to get my base repowered in Dune, because God help us if we could actually, just leave our home bases powered and running and not have to worry about it when we take breaks from the freaking game.
Speaking of, are you going to be streaming this evening? And are we going to therefore be sharing on Twitch?
Quite possibly. I
Okay.
need to get some stuff cleaned up on my desk before I can get stuck back in on painting stuff.
Oh, good. Okay. Right, so, Westwood Sailor. If Operation Berlin was delayed and Scharnhorst and Eisenhower had not previously broken into the Atlantic, would Bismarck have had a better chance on its attempt, and would they join her attempt? Potentially they would. That was actually what Lutyens wanted. He wanted a larger force. But the thing is, if they do keep Scharnhorst and Eisenhower back, and they do wait for Bismarck to go out, to an extent the British are going to see that coming, but also the British are going to an extent, panic. Because the idea of 3 capital ships coming out once is far scarier than 1 or even 2. So expect forces to be withdrawn from other areas to reinforce the North Atlantic force. So things like, they wouldn't be Victorious waiting for them, it would be Ark Royal and Victorious, with both air groups worked up in terms of carrier form. It wouldn't be Hood, King George V, and Prince of Wales waiting for them. It would be every single fast ship the Royal Navy could get its hands on, plus a slow battle group. And there was a really interesting video done the other day, which came out on YouTube, which I was tagged in because I've been talking to the gentleman about it, and he's done an interesting one. Go to content. What's it? It's under collaborations, isn't it? Collaborations. Yeah, Britain Sends Everything. This is with Thunder Chaser Combat Simulations, and yeah, he's done a whole thing of basically Bismarck, Tirpitz, and Scharnhorst Scharnhorst versus the home fleet. It's a similar scenario to that, basically, of if the Germans are putting together enough force that this is looking like it's going to be a thing, the British will be preparing enough force to deal with that as a thing. But it would be a far more powerful and far more scary attempt. Speaking of which, though, now this is a fun one, and this is one I'm going to first hand over to my colleagues, because I'm going to listen to what they say. Knights K41, why is F3 better than the Admiral and Renown classes? The two Renown and Hood have a 3 knot speed advantage over the F3, and in terms of range, F3 is 7,000 nautical miles, Admiral is 7,500 nautical miles, and Renown is 7,400 nautical miles. And I'm presuming they're nautical miles, not... I'm trying to remember what MN stands for.
Nanometers?
Yeah.
No, that's not nanometers, though, then.
No, that NMI is nautical miles. MN is...
Yes, Mike November, but I've never seen that, so I'm assuming it's just a type error.
Yeah. So...
Foxo, you're the battlecruiser expert here, and I dare not steal your thunder here.
You dare steal her thunder anywheres?
I can sort of downstairs to go.
Right.
Question.
Why
Okay.
is F3 better than Admiral and the Admiral and Renown classes? The two Renown and Hood have 3 knot speed advantage over the F3, and in terms of range, F3 is only 7,000 nautical miles versus the Admiral 7,500 and the Renown 7,400.
Well, let me get F3 up quickly.
F3 is the cool looking nail rod,
Yeah.
which could actually do 28 plus knots.
Yeah. The reason why it's weird, Knight, is you didn't put NM, you put MN.
No, nautical miles is NMI usually. When I work it, because NM can be nanometers. So usually you work as NMI as nautical miles in engineering documents.
Sorry, go on,
Yeah.
Foxo.
So, oh, go on. It comes down to the fact that the F3s are a lot better protected than the Admirals. And basically, it comes down to the fact that the role in which a battlecruiser was envisioned for before the war and during the war that the Admirals were designed under had changed post-war when the F3s designed. So you're looking at battlecruisers that are able to actually be protected against, to some degree, against contemporary gunfire. Which, until the Admirals are revised, they aren't. And Hood's 12-inch belt is... well, Hood's armor belt is very shallow for what it is. And what she is. So, the F3s, you get an extra gun, you get 6-inch secondaries, and you get a significantly broader armor coverage, which was deemed more valuable than going 33 knots.
Dragon? You want to add anything? Dragon? Am I the only one who can't hear Dragon, or is Dragon not speaking?
Dragon is not responsive at this time.
Okay, I will put my bit in then. So basically, why is the F3 better than the Admiral and the Renown classes? The Renowns and the Admirals both start out as battlecruiser 2 words. They both start out as basically improved Invincibles, not Descendants of the Tiger, Invincibles. That sort of scenario. And whereas the F3 is very much a Tiger, in fact, they're the first design which is referred to as a fully armoured battlecruiser, i.e. what Vanguard's called by the British. And that's a pretty good starting point for why she's going to be better. She's also armed with 15-inch 50s. She has 9 of those, versus 8 15-inch 42s or 6 15-inch 42s. So, yeah. The thing is, the F3 is definitely still on the battlecruiser side of the equation, but she is a fully armoured battlecruiser, so she is something which is flirting with the edge of being a fast battleship. And that's why she's described as a 28-knot plus ship, rather than anything faster. If you built her in the similar hull density as you had the Renowns or as the Admirals, you could probably get a few extra knots out of her, but no. And realistically, the 15-inch 50s, the ARF guns, the ARF secondaries, the way she works with her terms of her ability to carry aircraft and all those things, she would have been a far, far more useful asset than the Admirals and Renowns. Admiral and Renowns. And as I've said before, there is definitely a scenario where if the Royal Navy had been offered to get a certain quantity of F3s, they might well have even given. They might even have gone, "Ooh, we will replace Hood as well." Because if they turned around and gone, "You can have 7 F3s, but you have to replace all your other battle cruisers." At the Washington Naval Treaty or something like that, the Royal Navy would have probably gone with that, yes, because replacing Tiger, no-brainer with F3. Renown and Repulse really isn't. The only one which is a slight issue is Hood, but if you can get 7 F3s to back up your 5 Rs and 5 Queen Elizabeths as the fast wing, that's a pretty formidable force to have. So yeah.
Sorry, I had to go to quickly see to a fire alarm there. Sorry.
Don't worry. Are you okay?
Yes, just things getting burnt in oven. I wouldn't even say burnt. It actually looks perfectly fine. The cheese isn't even properly cooked.
You see, we call that caramelization in this house. Occasionally I call it caramelization, but I'm told I'm supposed to call it caramelization. Anyway, do you want to add anything to this question, Dragon?
Just one more of a question, because as I recall, also when you're really getting to F3, not only as Foxo mentioned earlier, is armor protection better overall?
Yeah.
Isn't the actual armor itself also of a higher quality? Because the difference between 1916 and 1921 to 26ish, when you're looking for this, is also actually a surprisingly high jump in terms of quality.
Yes. A lot of ideas that couldn't be acted on in time or in wartime because of production needs got acted on. And worked out, didn't they?
Also, to be blunt, Renown and Repulse have 6 guns. F3 has 9. Which means you get proper salvo fire going.
Yeah, and they are 15-inch 50s, not 15-inch 42s.
Yep. Now, I love my 15-inch 42s. But they don't quite compare to even 15-inch 45s, let alone 15-inch 50s.
No. Especially if they'd be firing the same shells. Oh. Right then. Next question from Duke Manager. What would be needed for the Armada to successfully land an army in England? Maybe raising a new army in Spain itself rather than picking one up from Spanish island? Realistically, from them to successfully land...
Minor miracle?
Look, they could land an army. This is one of the things that's interesting. It's where they're trying to land an army. They're trying to land an army in the perfect spot. Because they know the further they land away from London, the more trouble they're going to get themselves into. Because they're taking all their supplies, they're taking everything with them, and they're not expecting to get a lot of support from the locals. Despite what a lot of the PR might be suggesting in terms of the time and the various ideas they're putting forward, there isn't a lot of support from locals coming in. The big Catholic families like the Arundels, etc., the ones in Arundel Castle, etc., are not going to back them up. In fact, they're going to send a lot of troops to fight them. And the problem for the Armada is that not only were they knowing it was coming, but a lot of the good places already have fortifications. One of the questions I once had from someone was, why don't we go to Falmouth? The Falmouth Road is a great place for them to wait while they're sorting everything out. It would be. There's a fleet, an English fleet already was based in there, and there's already quite a whole host of fortifications around there, which will have merry fun blasting away at them. Yes, they have enough forces to overwhelm them, but they will lose a lot in the process, and they won't be anywhere near their target, because... let's be honest, if you tried to march from Falmouth up to London, you'd have to go across the moors. And that's if you leave the Cornish behind you. And that's never a good place to leave the Cornish, because the Cornish will just go, oh, so you've left your baggage train. Free England! Yes, free England! Lots of money over there. Free England! Money. Free England. Oh, they brought wine with them. How lovely of them. That's the sort of problem. There are a few other places like that in the UK where you can sort of land, and you'll find yourself in patrol. So their plan is to land themselves right on the southeast, as close as they can get to London, in the best beaches, and then march to London the shortest distance, and help the logistics train. And they think if they take London, the rest of the country will fall. Not quite sure if it'll work like that, but who knows? The large chunks of the rest of the country actually might be too busy celebrating to remember they're supposed to fall as a country. But leaving that to one side, the other problem for them is that if they'd had Santa Cruz, they might have had a chance. He could have organised them and he could have done things. But the big problem for the Armada was not so much coordinating the army with Parma. They have enough troops for them. They could have landed and secured somewhere. It's the command structure and it's the people in charge. They aren't senior enough and experienced enough in these operations to know when to ignore Philip's demands and Philip's instructions. And that's a problem. You need people who are senior enough and experienced enough, they can go, that doesn't work. The situation's different. We now have to change the plan. There's that old lovely phrase of no plan survives first contact with the enemy. The phrase I used to work by, and I still do, is that no plan survives the first half hour. Having a plan which you're writing from the lovely, your capital in Spain and working things out, and everything's nicely and working out beautifully on paper, and then trying to implement it with no communication system, instantaneous communication systems with that area from several thousand miles away is not going to work.
Are you telling me that plans have to conform to reality?
Yeah, and it's like when I explain to people they have to conform to geography. Castanea was viewing Sal on Unauthorized History of the Pacific War. Did the Royal Navy have the same approximately 18-month maintenance cycle as USN for ships in World War II? Yes, but also the Royal Navy has ships get damaged, and while they're in to get damage fixed, other things get done. So sometimes you'll feel this ship hasn't been in for major maintenance for 3 years in the war. No, but it's turned up 4 occasions for being bomb damaged and had the stuff fixed while it was in there for that. So there's that going on. It is roughly the same, but also there's the fact that the British, you have to remember, had the advantage. They're doing maintenance often in ports which have major infrastructure built in, which was put in prior to the war and is still there. That is an advantage. Once they get into the Pacific cycle, then they are definitely on the 18-month cycle, but Mediterranean, North Atlantic are slightly different. In that they are theoretically on roughly the same cycle, or a similar cycle, but it's not quite the same, is it, Big Fluff? Ploppy 708. The British Navy has to get nasty quickly. How would you go about this? Do you mean today? Or do you mean at any other part of history? But I'm going to take it as roughly speaking today. Honestly, we haven't got much we can do quickly. Maximise the build-outs. Go and raid the retired ships. And call up every reservist, every retiree, everyone I can who's on the list of people who might have transferable skills, and start building something out. I'm going to have to rely on drones for a chunk of force structure, but the trouble is, and the video on the Type 83 is going to go into this in a lot of detail, it's not as easy to rely on drones as people like to make out. And a lot of the future of naval warfare is contradictory when you hear people talking about stuff. And that's why the title of the video is going to be What the Type 83 Won't Be. That's actually, the video is going to be What the Type 83 Will Not Be. But it's going to be a fun one. But it's basically you... ramp up orders F-35, but you can't really ramp those up that far. Honestly, we've managed to put ourselves into a situation, or everyone, where we really don't have many options for ramping up things at a fast pace in terms of construction of missiles, in terms of anything. We are upping the pace of these things. There is upgrades and things being done, but we've managed to build a system which was perfectly designed around the idea of history's over, there's going to be no more wars without our choice, so we can build our forces based on the fact we can predict events, not build our forces based to react events, so we have no slack built into them. And that's the problem. And the slack doesn't just affect what we've got in terms of frontline units, it affects what we've got in terms of sort of logistical support units, sustainment units, what we've got in terms of reserves, what we've got in terms of stuff under construction, all these things. I was talking about it on the Twitch stream earlier today about what really amazed me is that when we were getting cutters for the border force, for that particular force, they didn't buy River class. They bought vessels from Damon. And yes, to an extent that makes sense. But realistically, the Royal Navy needed about 16 River class Batch 2s. And if they'd bought 8 Batch 2 River class, we could have had a yard churning out at a pace of, well, roughly 2 years under construction, so 1 a year for 24 years. The Royal Navy would have had enough vessels and would have slowly grown their patrol fleet, and the Border Force would have had 8 great vessels, and they could have just kept them cycling through, and it would have been really useful. But yeah. Stafford, no one is ever going to name something after Mountbatten. I'm sorry, they're not. Vian might get something. Mountbatten is far too controversial. And that's the funny thing. Mountbatten, politically controversial. Vian, the man who literally invaded neutral countries, he's fine.
For the modern parallel to the Drumpf class destroyer, you would need to either have the Truss class or the Johnson class. And Joel Fredericks, keep that one under your hat for when we reopen questions in a little bit.
Or the Starmer class, considering currently in power. And that's the thing, we don't usually name ships after people who are currently in power. You don't usually name ships after the current monarch. Which did cause fun when people were talking about the Queen Elizabeth class aircraft carrier, because the amount of people who didn't realise it's named after Queen Elizabeth I, not the II.
And yet, I'm sure that the two monarchs share a name had nothing to do with that ship's survival chances while in front of the budget man.
As I recall, Queen Liz even said, "Yeah, no, this isn't for me. This is for my predecessor."
Yes.
Like, she was quite humble about it all.
Yes, and she explained that to the Scottish government because they kept pretending it was about her, because apparently you can't build a ship called Queen Elizabeth in Scotland because she was evil, as far as they're concerned, as far as the Scottish National Party is concerned, because she executed Queen Mary.
I'm just saying.
And isn't there going, that is a several hundred-year-old gripe. Can we put it in? And as a result of that execution, by the way, Queen Mary's son ended up becoming the joint king of England and Scotland, and eventually the crowns were fused. And the countries fused together because the Scots were going bankrupt, and it was the way for the English to save them from being taken over by the Danish because they were in hock to them so much.
I mean, okay, but let's be real here. Do you really want to be the politician or the bureaucrat that cancels an aircraft carrier program that shares a name with the current monarch?
No, that sounds like a conversation which is not going to involve biscuits.
Yes, or chairs, or tea, or a climate-controlled space.
Well, it might involve tea. She does need something to accidentally spill in your lap.
It'll definitely involve tea, and it won't be a climate-controlled space.
No.
Because she'll lures you into a false sense of security. Because after all, she won't tear you apart. Sits down, is offered tea, and then you see the look on her face, and you realise you walked into the trap.
Brent, I'm going to let you all carry on with this. I would suggest Out of the questions coming up, you jump to the Carrot 1151's one, and then I'll do I'll join you for the rest. But Riley wants to go in the garden, so I'll be back in a second.
Ooh, all right. Carrot 1111151. Which of the RN scientific voyages do you think was the most important, and which is your favorite, if a different one?
Riley going garden.
I don't actually know any of them. Boxer?
What's the question?
Which of the RN scientific voyages do you think was the most important, and which is your favorite, if a different one? Like, I know there's the traditional old ones, but those weren't Royal Navy, I don't think, necessarily.
I think they were technically Royal Navy, and that'd be stuff like Shackleton's expedition.
Thought they were technically private ventures where they used Royal Navy ships and such. But fair enough, if we're including them then.
Yeah, I'd go for those because they were on Royal Navy warships, so...
To be fair, I like Shackleton. I don't think it's the most important, but the fact that he actually came back and got the rest of his crew is pretty good.
Yeah. It's one of the greatest stories of modern survival. Because... Oh, yeah. Shackleton is... Honestly, Shackleton's expeditions are a brilliant case study for how people...
I know. When I get my next door, I will get you a doggy flat.
Maintain morale.
When I get my kitchen door set up, I will get you a doggy flat.
And how important the little things are to keeping group cohesion. Because, especially when Shackleton himself off Elephant Island leaves to get a boat to come back and pick up the rest of his crew, those men had no way of knowing that Royal Navy Shackleton would back up. Hell,
No.
they didn't have a way of knowing that Shackleton would survive getting off the island to Argentina.
Oh.
A storm could happen, he could get lost, he could forget about them.
Yeah. And then I just like how, despite the fact that from their accounts, most of them believed they were going to die there in the Antarctic. Die, frankly, horrific death of hypothermia.
Yeah.
And they still kept cohesion, they still maintained sanity, and from what's described, they were in surprisingly high spirits for people who had been left out to die to the elements.
They did have a fun bit of history in terms of the stuff to learn from. Okay, for Leslie, what do groups like the Koda Imperial Way faction, or Ketsumudin League of Blood and their leaders Niso Huino and Sararaka do if the UK and Japan stay linked together by threat? Honestly, they probably focus on the northern resource area. Let's put it this way: there's a very good possibility that those factions find sufficiently friendly people in England, in the British scenario setup, especially if you consider a continued alliance structure and all the events which happened with the Royals in the 20s and 30s could give ample opportunity for the imperial houses of both empires to get together. And that sort of thing will have an impact on those groups. Saying that, though, you also have to remember that the strength of being allied with Britain as part of their force structure would be useful enough that maybe some of the other factions would be, how to put it, more an ascendant, because they'd have the apparent implicit support of being allied and close with the British, who are their principal allies. And that certainly was a stabilizing factor during during the earlier years of the Alliance, up until about, well, arguably most of the way through World War One. You okay, Foxo?
That was me.
It was Runon.
Yes. I cut the lawn earlier today, and I still have lawn pollen all over me.
We told you not to go back to that lawn again. It's trying to kill you.
Well, I kind of have to, because otherwise it's going to grow over my house.
Good God. And this is why you have the corgis at the tea, by the way, for those discussing it in the chat. Basically because they jump in the lap, and rather like this one would if I didn't catch him, they have absolutely heat-seeking, pinpoint-accurate paws to cause maximum pain and discomfort. Because, let's be honest, if you're having tea in front of the Queen and suddenly you get hit there, for most gentlemen, there's going to be a rate of, ow, but I can't do anything because it's in front of the Queen. Ah!
I do feel obligated to point out that you did establish a pattern and practice of paying off Poochel after he hit you in your quote-unquote magazines.
No, I did not pay him off.
Wait a moment. So what I'm hearing is Poodle is mafia boss?
Yes.
And he'll send his boys to make sure you pay your bills?
Yes. He comes himself. He enjoys the sadomasochism of it. The rest of us do not. Okay, but you really should not stop having these. You've had a lot today.
I've had a lot of Cheez-Its in one sitting. Is that going to stop me from having more Cheez-Its in a second sitting?
You shouldn't.
I know that I shouldn't. My pants know that I shouldn't. My belt knows that I shouldn't. Is this going to stop me? No.
Scottish Nerd 2201. How big would Sandflex containers need to be for a 5-inch gun? Actually, I think I discussed this in the video. I talked about an extra large Standflex container, an extra large XL one, because there was actually discussions of a 5-inch gun, and it was basically there was a discussion, and basically it was pretty much a double wide, I think, system. Was it double wide or extended? I can't remember but I did discuss it in the video that they on one, because they did have the options, or they did work out what it would be for a 5-inch gun. They decided not to do it for a 5-inch gun anyway, because in the end, they decided a 5-inch gun would be only one. But the options they were looking at would have been a 5-inch gun and a Mark 41 VLS system, and that would have been interesting. There are lots of people agreeing with the idea that the dogs hitting the block and tackle as using Montana 67 while you're in front of the Queen would be a significant emotionally traumatic event that would have permanent impact. Okay.
But I thought the Queen always had corgis, not standard poodles.
She has corgis, yes, but I can testify to the fact that the corgi, what it lacks in size, makes up for in power and accuracy.
I still maintain that you unconsciously trained your dog to go and do what he does best.
No. YouTube Microhotch, what if all Japanese battleships in 1918 became copies of the IGN Key? So the Key class were a pretty interesting class of ships. They were planned to be, and I'm just going to make sure I get this 100% right. So if all their battleships, so not including the Congos, because they're battle cruisers, became armed with 10 16-inch guns and had a full displacement of 48,500 tons, a normal displacement of 42,600 tons, and a speed of 29.75 knots. So all of them are fast battleships, and all of them armed with 10 16-inch guns. I don't think you have a Washington Naval Treaty. Or if you do, the treaty limits are going to be very different than they were historically.
Because of the example, keys are sort of the first ones where they try and make them into fast battleships instead of the battlecruiser battleship splits,
Yeah.
which
Yes.
are very interesting.
They are the immediate predecessor to the number 13 design, which basically takes the key design and cranks it up a bit, which is why it ends up with 8 18-inch guns and a speed of 30 knots. The keys would have had a measly 130,000 shaft horsepower. The number 13's 150,000 shaft horsepower.
I think you have a very happy Japan, but now also a very concerned Japan. Have we just kicked a hornet's nest?
Well, no, it's a very happy Japan, and everyone else is looking at their fleets and going, if that happens in 1918, there is not a single fleet out there which can fight that force.
It's beginning to look a lot like Tillman-Muss.
Because those ships are near as enough, it makes no difference, 30-knot ships, right?
Yeah.
At 29.75 knots, can we all agree that's near enough, makes no difference, 30 knots? So
We can so stipulate.
pretty much that means that there is not a single... if the entire Japanese battle line can do that, then the Japanese battle line can basically stand off, engage at time and place and direction of choosing, and then pull away before you can do anything about it. They can do the naval equivalent of drive-by shootings with accuracy and bigger, more sexy guns.
I know one group which is going to be very unhappy about this development.
The US Navy budgeting department?
No, I was going to say the British Treasury.
Oh, the British Treasury is going to be having a panic attack at it.
Because the Navy will not accept being behind in this regard.
No, you know, you think about the various letter designs the Royal Navy has, and think about which battleships could do roughly 30 knots, and that's what they're going to be pushing for.
Yep.
At the least.
Also, I feel obligated to point out that the Congressional Budget Office doesn't have an opinion. The congressmen and senators who are going to have to figure out how to pay for this
Yes.
before various public interest organizations start making a heck of a ruckus over it for various reasons, good, bad, or indifferent. They're the ones that are going to have a stroke.
Let's be honest, the congressmen are going to be turning around and being told that Japan has got the most powerful battle line in the world. What have you been doing for the last few years? They're going to look at the standard battleships they've been buying, which can do 21 knots and have mostly 14-inch guns at this point. And they're going to start crying.
Okay, so this gets worse the more I look at it, because I initially was just wondering, okay, so how many ships do they have? I think they've got maybe 6 or 7 battleships at this point.
No.
Because if we're going off 1918, doesn't specify date, so I'm assuming 1st of Jan, which means they're not getting Mutsu converted, because she wasn't laid down yet. She just doesn't exist yet at that period. But Nagato does.
Yeah.
And then I keep going back. And back. These ships are still in service.
And they're
And
still
still
technically called
commissioned.
battleships.
Yeah, like, at the moment I'm at the Shikishimas,
Yeah.
Fuji's.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, yeah, the Fuji's the first one they class as battleships, not ironclads, so even everything from the Fuji's onwards just became keys.
Yeah.
That's horrifying.
Isn't Mikasa also going to get...
Yes,
Yes.
Mikasa would all of a sudden be a key.
Can you just imagine the prestige of commanding key converted Mikasa?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the honor?
You could actually have Togo go back out on her, even if not in military use, just actually, yes, taking out Mikasa once again.
They would have 15 of them plus the Congos.
So what I'm hearing is the sound of every other meaningful naval
Actually, no,
power in the world
17
needing
plus the Congos. Sorry, I missed a class. 17 plus the Congos.
needing a fresh pair of underwear.
Yep. It would be an experience. As said, the U.S. Navy would be, and the Royal Navy would not be able to win this fight. Basically, 17 means they have 2 full battle divisions and a flagship. Well, Kat said, part of me, yes, Japan's economy will be screaming, but they won't have actually had to build these ships. It's just magically appeared. So, all they've got to do is crew these ships.
And support costs, while expensive, are much less taxing than build costs.
And let's
which
be honest,
are largely all up front.
With this fleet, they can... Well, they could carry out the 8-8 plan. They were planning on 16 ships anyway for the 8-8 fleet, so they could basically go, right then, we've got the 8-8. They could put 8 in reserve and keep 8 active, 8 sort of active, or sort of 9 active. They could utilize them in various ways. Well, if they want an area, they can take an area, because let's be honest, who's turning up to fight this thing? Because as well as the 10 16-inch guns, it has 16 5.5-inch guns, 4 4.7-inch AA guns, and 8 24-inch torpedo tubes. It can do 8,000 nautical miles at 14 knots. It has a waterline belt of only 11.5 inches, I do realise, but it has a deck of 4.7 inches, barbettes of between 9 and 11 inches, and a conning tower of 14 inches. Yuzuru Hiragara did really good work.
Double checking it? Yeah, no. They would have 15 of them, because 2 of the Japanese battleships were lost to mines. One lost to mine, one was founded, and were broken up by this point.
Okay, so...
But still, 15 or 17, I don't think it really makes much of a difference.
No. And you always have the point of view, we've already laid down the next 4, so technically we could finish and have 19 of them.
It's going to be a good day to be a shipyard in Britain.
Yeah! There are
Yeah,
going to
like,
be...
If you had invested in shipyards,
yeah,
you're going to be enjoying this.
It's going to be a good day to be a property speculator in the United States, because we're going to have to build some more shipyards.
Yeah. Basically, and just imagine the Italians. They might... The Francesco Characolas might actually be finished off to compete with this. Mentioning the Congos in the context is gratuitous at this point. Yes, but it's worthwhile realizing they also have the Congos. I don't think the British continue to last 3 admirals. I think they're well and truly gone. I think if they're going to be anything, they're going to be aircraft carriers.
Are the keys more advanced than what Japan currently has access to? Like in terms of tech?
I think a little bit in some regards, but...
It's not massively, because they're laid down in 1921, sort of that sort of period they're planning on being laid down. It's only 3 years earlier, so there's nothing there which they don't already have an understanding of.
So the keys are basically tech that they have on the sketchpad at this point.
Yeah. And they are armed with a lot of 5.5-inch guns. I know I've already said it, but they are really well fitted out with 5.5-inch guns. So you are not getting to use a destroyer force to smash into that shit without dealing a lot of firepower coming at you. Yeah, that would be an interest. That would be that would see a lot of ships get built. Quite a lot of those ships would be very interesting vessels, and World of Warships would currently have a even greater minefield to go. Not minefield, even greater mine to go to.
Tillman's.
They might actually build something equivalent to a Tillman, yes.
Tillman would possibly be crying because he's like, well, there goes all my cruiser construction.
Yeah.
It's gone now. All that money just poof.
To be fair, did he really even get that much cruiser construction in the end?
That was his whole plan, was to get cruiser construction by getting the battleships built. And he dies in July 1918, but the sheer fury of what's happened might actually keep him alive for a bit longer.
Well, it's either going to keep him alive longer, or he's going to keel over of an aneurysm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'll have some sort of racially biased induced stroke.
And let's be honest, it couldn't happen to a nastier piece of work.
This is the fun thing.
I believe the phrasing is a nicer piece of work, Dr. Dan.
I know what I said. I chose my words carefully.
Okay.
With Senator Tillman.
Yes.
Whilst he's of interest for naval history purposes, he is also a nasty, racist. Yes. Choose how you want to.
I'm going to send you a DM of what I'm thinking because I can't say it here.
Yeah, look, this is the fun thing about Tillman. He's one of those big names in naval history in terms of the ships he wanted to be built. But people then look at his politics and go, he was not a nice man. No, he wasn't. He was one of the most corrupt politicians in the history of America. And that is saying something.
Yep.
He's also one of the most successfully corrupt politicians in the history of America, which is also saying something. He died in office and hadn't yet been ousted, which is saying a lot as well.
I mean, have you looked at the current crop of U.S. senators and representatives?
Oh, in nicest way, they wish they had Tillman's ability to do the things he did. Tillman literally got the government to fund a Navy yard in his own constituency, whilst also telling the government off about spending too much money. A yard which couldn't build anything bigger than a cruiser. When he realised that, he suddenly went in for he wanted to get the battleships finished building, so they didn't have to keep building any battleships, so they could build cruisers. Oof.
I mean, the current occupant of the White House has instructed the DOJ to settle a $10 million lawsuit with the IRS.
Yeah, that's nothing. He actually,
and that's just the one that sticks out.
We're not going to go into this too much because that's the current politics, and we've got a modern Bruships scheduled for later in the next month. But basically, that compared to Tillman, that's just small change, and that's just, and Tillman was good enough. It was corrupt enough. He managed to get the IRS to not investigate him because they were worried what they'd find. That was the thing. When you are corrupt enough that the IRS doesn't want to investigate you because they're worried how much damage it will do to the nation. There is
time they were taking down Al Capone.
Yes. That's how corrupt he was. The IRS and those organizations were refusing to investigate him for fear of what damage it would do to the United States.
And there was another scandal. Wasn't this like tea? I want to say it was called something like the tea kettle or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
It tied into Tammany Hall. I don't remember the exact details, but you're in the right zip code at least.
Yeah. Because Tammany Hall was I want to say New York?
Largely centered around New York, yes.
Largely. Yeah. So, next question. For Dragon and Foxo, are you both here, Dragon and Foxo?
Yeah, well.
Indeed.
As a new collab event shows Vacation Island has a volcano, who thinks a resort on a volcanic island with the amusement park in the center, a crater of the volcano was a good idea?
Do you want to handle this one, Fox, or should I?
The ancient Romans.
You never met a corponite. A corpo will see novelty and monetize it. It's why there's an alligator display in Universal Studios.
Apart from the whole, bit inside the volcano, a lot of places are set up on volcanic islands with active volcanoes. So,
Hello, Hawaii.
yeah,
Samoa.
Hello, Iceland.
Iceland.
there's a lot of people think it's a good idea.
Fiji.
What's that other one that keeps
Japan.
erupting every now and then, Foxo?
What's that?
Sicily.
What's the one which keeps erupting every now and then, which keeps disrupting air travel?
Iceland.
It,
The
I was gonna
Faroe
think of the
Islands.
Iceland ones, but yeah. So,
Foxo's just having fun listing off various joyous things known as
Just the
volcanoes.
entirety of Indonesia.
like,
The entirety of the Philippines.
this was not a call, but this was a command and ship building. Yes, inside. Yeah, but if they could, they would.
Yellowstone.
The only thing that's stopping
Okay.
most corporations is health and safety laws.
Here's a reminder that people literally bathe in Yellowstone, one of Yellowstone's smaller calderas.
Okay, right. Before Foxo gets too far into this, we're going to carry on. Regan Bender, 5712. If you had the power during the Cold War, late or early, to save a cancelled ship class, which would you save and why?
Oh.
Look, my reason is purely because it stops the Falklands War, probably the CVA ones. Because having Phantoms and Bucks and airborne early warning in a form of on a CVA 1 star carrier is probably enough to prevent the Argentinians thinking about the Falklands War, and because that saves lives. But if I'm being practical for today, it should probably have been the Type 82s. But the CVA 1s being saved probably does help to also save some of the Type 82s. How about everyone else?
CVO ones are definitely one of the ones I would jump at, because the knock-on effect that has will be significant. Still won't save what's it called, a number of the British, I think. Does mean I might get to see the amusing things of the refit Sea Vixens, which I'm sure will give a lot of people pain seeing supersonic Sea Vixen.
Or Royal Navy Rafales.
Yeah.
If it was an individual ship, I'd actually say the 5th R-class battle SSBN, because if you started off the policy that you had to have 5, we might not be in the situation we are now.
I'm going to go with the most developed version of the CSGN
Yeah?
and have built that in SSBN numbers. Because I feel like that would be a fair number of those things to have. And if we were still building them through the early 2000s, there's a non-zero chance we would continue building them.
Yeah. I do
And I
love
think
Castaner
that
has just
especially-
written... Sorry, doesn't try to... Just Castaner has just written... Just to clarify, not all Indonesian islands are volcanic, just most of them. That was important to Castaner to stay. Carry on. Carry on, Renan, sorry.
And that would be kind of useful today. I'm just the ability to flex a heavily armed cruiser group anywhere in the world at continuous speed of 30 plus knots is, useful.
Mm-hmm. Right. So,
Operational mobility is fun, friends. We should have more of it.
Dan, what do you want to say? Because and thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm just back from nice afternoon out. Went to the samurai exhibition at the British Museum,
Very cool.
which was very cool. What would I say? Probably CVA-01 because that then the domino effect means that you'd have Type 82s instead of Type 42s, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You'd maintain carrier power. You wouldn't, and it just wouldn't be a thing to kind of have the gaps, which feels slightly boring to be saying, but at the same time is what's the word? Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, the other option would be the Maltas, but they're too early for this scenario. But they'd be nice to have finished building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fun. It is a fun one. So, Castanea, how long does anyone think it will take before an admiral, congress critter, or senator is told we need a larger hull, or you need to delete a capability from the next slide of Burks? This is presuming they haven't already been told this.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like they probably already know that. It's just getting it through.
And getting it said publicly. It's just... Look. Oh, good. Down. But, why is my political party coming up? The boring but competent party. It's an excellent country. The BBC will be an excellent political party that eventually will rise when me and Drac get finally fed up with the UK governments.
They do this just to wind me up. I swear they do this for the explicit purpose of winding me up.
Because it works.
Yes, that's how you know we like you.
But yeah,
No, it's not a BBC enjoyer.
No.
why wouldn't she enjoy the boring but competent party? Or does she want exciting but incompetent?
I want boring but competent to come up with a less interesting name.
There is nothing interesting about being boring but competent. Right. USS Montana 67. In Drax's recent dry dock, Renown was almost lost to a machinery fire. What if she was lost? What would the British have replaced her with in 1927? Probably an F3. Probably an air variant on the F3 design, because they could replace a capital ship, and they had the tonnage. They would still want a fast one, so it probably would be a variant on the F3 design. Maybe the F2 with 6 16-inch guns, but probably they go for... in the 1927, they would probably use it. They still got the 15-inch 50s close enough that they could get them. They would probably go with the F3.
I foresee a spate of fires running through fleets.
Yeah, the moment the Royal Navy has one accidentally happen, that's wonderful. I was going to have them accidentally on purpose.
Yes, we had this magazine fire in this ship that was strangely undercrewed and undersupplied at the time. And, you see, it's blown the whole front half of the ship off. So obviously, we must replace it.
Yes.
You understand, of course.
Yes.
And the British shipyards are just going, whee! And everybody else in the treaties is just going, I can't prove that you're lying. I know you're lying. You know that I know that you're lying.
Well, the other thing is the British might let it happen also to Tiger accidentally, and then repulse, and then they get 3 F3s. 1927, 1929, and 1931 all have terrible accidents.
Don't forget they also still have the Iron Duck class at that point.
Yeah, but they get. Yeah, yes, they do. But those go by the time NORAD's come into service.
But some of them could have accidents as well.
Yeah. It's
which
terrible.
Would just be terrible.
Terrible. It's terrible.
I know. It's just such a terrible sight. The number of these poor ships that have
had this terrible accident. Yes.
Yeah.
Naval race courtesy of the Fire Nation. It's certainly fun. But yeah.
It hit a leftover German mine. We're going to build a new one and send
Germany to Bill.
Yeah,
that sounds like something the British would do. F3 type ship in 1920s, 1930s. They have some other ideas, but probably F3 starship in the 1920s. I don't think we get to replace Hood with a G3. Very Silent Mouse. Hello, Very Silent Mouse. Can you recommend books and information about cam ships and the stats of pilot survival and kills? Okay, cam ships. I do actually have a book around here somewhere. Cam ships book. I've done a video with the cam ships book.
I think it's
Iron Duck.
Yeah.
Huh? What do you say? What do you say, Dan?
Is it in Friedman's British Carrier Aviation?
It is in Friedman's British Carrier Aviation. That is a good section. But there you go, sitting right next to me. Hobbs has done the escort carriers, and I think he's done the cam ships as well, but I cannot find that book. There is a book, though. I'm sure it's on cam ships, with all those stats in. Okay. Hello, Poodle. Here's your book. Insane but cute.
They didn't have all that.
It's in that book as well. Oxford History of the Royal Navy. It's in that book. I do know, and it's in Squadron Fleet Air by Sturviant. But you're looking for cam book specifically, and I know I have one which is specifically on the cams, which doesn't just have a chapter about them. It has a whole book about them. Okay, I'm going to my, and this is something. This is something which I have done, which is slightly sad, and I do admit it. But I have an Excel spreadsheet of my books.
Yes, because you have n plus 1 of them, where n is the number that you think you have. Also, was Donald Duck ever officially assigned a ship?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. The thing you're looking for, the book you're really looking for is Hurricats. It has a really good, cool name. So, it's Hurricats by Rife Baker. It's titled The Incredible True Story of Britain's Kamikaze Pilots of World War II. I realise it has that as a title. You'll find it usually roughly about £10 for most people trying to sell it to you. It's all about the hurricanes which flew off catapult ships and the various things that they did, and it is a really cool guide. I have it somewhere. Where do I have it? Well, that's what the hardcover looks like according to the picture. I think it must be in my
Or has somebody in your household borrowed it?
potentially. Has anyone else reached the level of their checkout, their basket being full on Amazon?
I didn't know that was possible.
I didn't realize it is, but apparently it is.
Have you considered maybe saving some of those items to a list?
Oh, now I know why it's there. Yes, oh yeah. Sorry, I found a whole load of brassies which I'm waiting till payday to buy because the average price is about more money than I should probably spend. So I currently have 90 items sitting in my thing.
Nine zero.
90, yes. Yeah, one should probably not do that.
Okay, Bone Meal Boy, you've seen the intelligence of the average feline, especially the average orange feline. Are you sure you want to give them a self-propelled bomb?
Look, in the nicest way, cats would have been fun. Flying hurricanes. Anyway, hope you heard that very silent mouse. Hurricats. It's a good book. Eddie Rudolph. Assuming Defiant class battleships are built, and in numbers they are thinking 16, will they be used as carrier escorts or major service combatants? Probably a mixture of the two. You'll probably find in high threat areas there will be a carrier. The carrier group will include a sufficiently large one of the battleships, and in other areas they won't, and then battleships will be wandering around. So basically, probably the carriers in the Pacific will have one with them. The carriers in the Atlantic and the Med, less likely. Carriers in the Indian Ocean and the Gulf, depends on the circumstances. But that's the sort of reality of what they're going to be dealing with. And the other ones are going to be wandering around doing hello, basically the cruiser mission, which is what they are. They're cruisers. It's I will say this: the hardcover on Amazon is £5 at the moment in UK. Amazon UK, the book is hardcover is £5 on Amazon.
Or Stafford, if you want to spend as much money as pharmaceuticals and alcohol, you can get into miniature wargaming.
Or books, history books. Night to everyone. As the RN pre-Washington was looking at the post-Hawkins cruiser being 12 to 13,000 tons, what made 12 to 13,000 tons instead of 15,500 tons more attractive to the Royal Navy? Because they're trying to get it in for 12 to 13,000 tons, knowing full well that during the design process, the design will probably increase in size. If you aim for 15,000 tons, you'll probably end up with an 18,000 ton cruiser. If you aim for 12 to 13, it's probably going to be 14.5 to 15,000 tons. Have a look at how much they were aiming for when the Hawkins was being built and then what it came out as. Usually these things grow because you go, well, for a little bit extra, I can have this much extra protection in terms of armor. For a little bit extra, I can carry this many extra rounds. For a little bit extra, I can have this much more fuel. For a little bit extra, I can have this much more space for crew. For a little bit extra. That's what I had in this period. It wasn't mission creep, it was for a little bit extra.
Scottish Nerd wants to put Ewoks in X-Wings.
That is a good way to get it. That is a good way to see the universe. Go boom. Paul Amos, 1962. How do you see the current political unease in the UK affecting the current and future procurement for the Navy and Armed Forces in general? If it continues on, I could see the British government ending up trying to do a knee-jerk reaction to get out of the problems they're in. Because they're having issues in that every single defence announcement they're making seems to be causing percolation into current affairs. In that I tend to watch... The people I watch to see if defence is percolating out are the journalists who jump on the big stories. Okay? So there are columnists in pretty much every country, they're around the world, who will jump on stories only when they get to a certain height in terms of volume of attention. They don't jump into only the topics in their own area. They're not like that. No. They wait till they get to a certain volume. I watch those columnists. If they start talking about a defense story, it's reached the level of circulation which they think they can make money printing an article. So they're going to make themselves sound like they know what they're talking about before they send that article into the newspapers. So far, I've been seeing defence reaching those particular journalists a lot in the UK over the last couple of months, and it's been interesting. So yes, I do have a version of my own version of litmus test for defence information penetration. If defence has reached the people who are basically only interested in stories that they think will make them money, it's getting enough circulate. It's getting into the wider circulation, and that's what you need defence to be doing. And you too, if you want to study the social media and certain things, you can work out who these journalists are very quickly.
People are starting to identify a YouTube crap poster to investigative journalist pipeline, which I find to be hilarious.
Also, Joel Fredericks, will the Greens actually scrap nuclear subs if they win? That's currently their policy. Whether it will be their policy by the time they win, with the way they keep marching, they are currently trying to change themselves and rearrange themselves, who knows? But also, that's if the Greens win. And that's kind of like a little while ago I kept being asked, what happens if Reform wins? What happens if X, Y? No one knows what's going to happen until we have the election. As I regularly tell people in run-ups to election when I've been a volunteer campaign manager for various political parties and election campaigns, polls don't matter because polls show you what people are thinking. The election day is when you learn the result of what people actually want to go out and vote for. Because a lot of people might think the X or Y or Z is better as a party, but do they actually vote for it when it comes to the voting day? Do they actually vote at all? Is also the question. And so that's the thing of a lot of the I'll always remember I have a fair number of friends who used to always vote Liberal Democrats. Why? Because they never thought they'd get into power, so they didn't think they'd be responsible for anything. But they wanted to vote because they felt they should vote. Then the Liberal Democrats got into power as part of the coalition. They never voted for them again. They now vote Greens. If they think the Greens are going to get into power, they'll probably vote for someone else who they don't think will get into power. Or they'll vote independent, knowing they'll never get into government. They'll just sit on the back benches in the opposition seats, arguing away. Anything to avoid being responsible. And that's not a small percentage of the electorate in many democracies who vote like that. It's one of those electoral phenomena which has been rising for about the last 60 years of people actively voting for parties they don't think will get into power, so they're not responsible. And Joel Fredericks, to answer that question, of course, to an extent, navies, all sections of the government do prepare for what happens if X, Y, or Z ends up in power. They have a rough idea, but their rough idea is, okay, how do we make the case of not getting rid of X, Y, or Z if they get into power and they want to get rid of it? Timu, he's one of the admins on the channel, one of the admins on the channel, all those things, and it's just put in. He's voted a few times for people he doesn't think are going to get elected. So it's elections versus polls are a whole different ballgame. Knight 6841.
Polls are more demonstrative of what people think they should say.
Yes, that is also the other troll.
And also, anybody who's taken any sort of stats class will know how you word questions in polls will have significant
Oh, yeah.
effects on the answers you receive.
Oh, yes. And it's the beautiful thing about it.
I mean,
Yeah.
first time I ever voted, right? We had people doing the rounds, and the only one that was actually willing to talk to me and not my parents or my older brother was a member of the British Communist Party
Mm-hmm.
who were running a candidate in my county. And because he was the only one willing to talk to me, he's the one I voted for.
Yep.
Did that mean I agreed with him? No.
I remember when I stood for local council, there were a fair number of lifelong Labour voters who voted for me because I was the only candidate who'd ever knocked on their door in 30 years of residence.
Yep.
They didn't vote for... They literally... one of them actually came out and said, I literally only voted for you. Didn't vote for anyone else. They didn't vote normally in local council elections, but I knocked on the door, I chatted with them, and I did sort out some issues when I was in the council. And they actually voted for me the next time when I lost as well, because I'd still shown up and knocked on their door. So local elections are really, really fun. But yeah, the UK doesn't have compulsory voting like Australia. The fun thing is that's the reality of elections, and it's worthwhile thinking is be prepared to vote for the party you disagree with least rather than the party you agree with most, because more often you will more likely to find a party you disagree with least than one you agree with most.
Welcome to America.
Welcome.
Come stay a while.
Welcome to the reality of modern democracies. Anyway, Knight 681. This is for Dragon and Foxo. So again, I'll check both Dragon and Foxo here.
Yep.
As the Azure Lane devs seemingly decided how a ship with a multiple names in same faction works, they are sister ships of their class. Can we say this was done to make more content?
Probably, but
Yeah.
Of course it's going to be content to make content.
Yeah.
It's the garden game. On a meta level, you can boil everything down to two motives. Make money and make content. Because feeding content to whales makes you money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, me and Foxer have a friend who doesn't play the game, but will actively spend money on it just because he likes what he sees in it. Like, he likes certain aspects, doesn't play the game, but ooh, I like this skin, or ooh, I like this.
Don't worry, me. It is the one who spent over
The Norwegian.
500 euros on Prince Jurgen alone.
I don't know. That is quite plausible.
Okay, I'm just going to move on to this one.
I never want to hear anybody bad-mouthing my plastic crack addiction again.
Okay, so Joel
Really?
Frederick...
How much is in your pile of shame?
just to point out to Joel Frederick's question.
Of
Okay.
5,000 points.
All right, so
Right.
Joel Fredericks, if the Greens ever do become like Liberal Democrats and enter into a coalition with government with Labour, it's probably unlikely Labour would ever let them scrap ships, would they? Remember what happened to the Liberal Democrats in coalition with the Conservatives? The Liberal Democrats famously got a lot of their policies through in that coalition, didn't they? They got so many of their policies through. No, they were forced to surrender on so many policies they almost became unelectable for the next two elections. Yeah. UK coalition governments do not have a successful turn for the minor party in them. This is one of the histories in UK. Now, Eddie Rudolph, how useful would a Lord Nelson class battleship be if built with turbines? If they'd been built with turbines, the big advantage would be that turbines would not be one of the evolutions in the Dreadnought. And so Dreadnought so they would have a different change, because remember they have 3 changes as the rule between different class of battleship. All big gun, etc., all these things. So if Lord Nelsons are built with turbines, there is a chance that, I don't know, Dreadnoughts get 14-inch guns. more likely. A more likely thing is they potentially get super firing. They still get the 12-inch turrets, but they get super firing turrets rather than wing turrets. Because definitely there are designs the British have with super firing turrets at a time. And that could be really, really interesting if Dreadnought is basically the same as the Grylls historically, but is super firing. So potentially she has 6 turrets if she maintains the wing turrets, or 5 turrets, and just has super firing forward and the middle one aft, like with the Orions, and so you end up with her being narrower in beam but longer. And if she's narrower but longer, she has a greater length to beam ratio, which means she might end up being faster for the same amount of power. So she could be a 22-knot battleship, rather than a 21-knot battleship, or even potentially a 23-knot battleship. And we all have fun with that one.
Slop gods.
I have no idea what Paul Runon is just saying then, but it sounded painful.
Why? I just don't know why now we have people in chat presumably talking about AI-generated content.
No. They are merely trying to wind up your plastic crack habit by by turning things into 40k sounding like things that sound like 40k memes.
No, I've heard that saying before. I'm confused.
Don't worry, you're confused. That's fine. So yeah, Joel Fredericks. If the Anglo-Japanese alliance was indeed preserved and it caused an arms race, wouldn't the USN win the arms race in at least capital ships as they have a greater shipbuilding potential? No.
Potential, yes. Capacity, no.
Potential, yes, but to release that potential, their government, the Congress has to start putting a lot of money into it.
And the only thing Congress likes to put money into is tax cuts.
No, in this period, they don't like to put money into anything, even tax cuts. They like to buy gold for their sitting in a certain fort. At certain points. So yeah, there is a potential the USN wins it, but that's only if Congress keeps investing it. And also, the thing is, Fredericks, the likelihood is it's not an arms race as in a quantitative arms race. It's probably a qualitative arms race, because the IJN are never going to be building enough numbers for it to be a quantitative race with the USN. And the Royal Navy and US Navy are not going to be engaging in a quantitative race either. They're going to be engaging in a qualitative race, like they were engaging in one prior to World War One. It was a qualitative, as in the quality of the ship's race. And the thing about qualitative races is you can never really win them, but you can also never really lose them. Does that make sense? A quantitative race, you can win or lose by the numbers and who has the superior numbers. But a qualitative race is, I have a better ship than you. Eventually, the knockout is are no longer building a better ship. But the British and the Americans will probably go back into building 4 and 4, like they had been doing, or even 4 and 2. Like the US Congress have been happy to authorize. They did a big pulse build, yes, but they weren't planning on carrying that on again. You know, the Lexington, there was a big fuss over the Lexingtons. So it probably ends up being, you know, as I said, a qualitative race that carries on, and Britain and America probably end up settling into roughly 20 ships each in terms of total capital ship forces. At a certain point, with they'll just keep ordering 4, and those ships will, how to put it, they take roughly 2 to 3 years to build, and then they'll order the next ones, and they'll just keep going. Oh, mine are better than yours. My new ones are better than your new ones, and that sort of thing. And the Japanese will probably try and go for their 8 and 8 force, in which case the British and the Americans might surge up to 24. But the odds are the Japanese can't really maintain that long. So maybe the Brits and Americans end up at roughly 24 each. But again, it's not going to be a quantitative race. It's going to be a qualitative race.
And quickly, it's also very important to remember that America's in this strange position where it proceeds perceives itself, at least outside of the Navy, that it can survive without being a number one Navy on the planet.
Yes.
But because nobody's coming after the continental United States personally.
No.
They might lose interest overseas, but the US Navy is an expeditionary force. For Japan and the UK, their Navy is their lifeline, because they're islands.
And for Britain, it's the
And-
entirety of the empire as well.
Yeah, and so you get the issue of Japan and the UK have a lot more incentive and force behind them to grind themselves to the bone to maintain parity or greater than America has. Because as good as they are, the G3s or the Keys aren't a threat to the American Midwest.
Nope.
Are you sure?
Or Chicago.
Mississippi is pretty wide.
Yeah, but it's also very shallow. It's broad and
That's
shallow.
what That's what Fisher's follies were for. That's why they wanted the shallow draft.
No. I'm moving on quickly now. Rune von Bismarck. Had China been stronger in the 19th century somehow, would European powers have gone on to try to colonize East Asian nations? We answered that one earlier.
What they're going to try and colonize? Yes, they would have tried to colonize. They would have tried to colonize anything and everything.
Yeah, but I don't think they would have tried. I don't think Japan would have been any easier to colonize. So I don't think Japan would have been. I think Korea would have been fought over between a more advanced China and Japan. As we talked about, China wasn't in that bad a state. It was problematic, but it wasn't in that as bad a state that it was really colonizable en masse. It managed to stay surprisingly territorially intact, but I would also say part of the reason why China stays as territorially intact as it is because, as far as the British are concerned, it's a buffer between Russia and India. You always have to remember the British keep obsessing about Russia's attempts to get India. The British are paranoid about Russia attempting to get India. Mostly because Russia tried to go through Afghanistan as far as Britain's concerned, and that was definitely not a good idea. That's why Britain went into Afghanistan first off, to try and stop the Russians getting through Afghanistan to India.
Yeah, and I also need to point out quickly, there is several types of colonization as well.
Yes.
And Japan and China were heavily economically colonized by both sides. I mean, just look at how the British and the French plundered the Chinese of its wealth, and how, with stuff like Commodore Perry, how the Americans do it as well. It's like,
To be
they
fair,
have to control it to plunder
yeah,
it.
it was more China and Japan were more on the South American model for the British.
Yeah.
Joe Fredericks, also the Qing army wasn't weak enough for Russia to just walk in and take stuff. It required actual effort for Russian Empire. Yes, but that was also due to the Russian logistics situation. Let's be honest, that's really what did them in the Russo-Japanese War, the Russian logistics. Chris Heights Human. How would you develop, how would them have changed if the South American countries continue to develop their navies and not fall into economic disarray and compete with Japan and the smaller European powers? That's going to make any naval treaties a lot more interesting. Because, as I've said before, the more powers you have in any naval treaty scenario, the more complicated the treaties get. Because you have a scenario where you have 5 nations in there, and they roughly work out as a pair, a middle, and a pair. So 3 ranks. Would Brazil accept parity? Or a lesser position than France and Italy? Potentially. Would they accept parity with Argentina and Chile? Potentially, but potentially not. And at what level is their parity going to be achieved? Because they're going to want a decent sized force. Are they going to want the same size force as what you're giving Italy and France? In which case, Italy and France are going to want a bigger force. In which case, Japan's going to want a bigger force. In which case, Britain and America are going to want bigger forces. And that's the reality of it. So, if you want to make things a lot more complicated, you have a lot more powers getting involved. But if you do have Japan and the small European nations and the South American countries still pushing forward, then in many ways the naval treaty system becomes problematic, because you have if you have the treaties, but those powers are still pushing forward and building better ships, that's going to provide impetus where the bigger powers are going to want better ships. Because, let's be honest, America doesn't like it, but at certain points in its history, it has not been the number one naval power in the Americas. You know, I've done this in certain parts in the 19th century, etc. Other powers have come first in terms of their size and capability. Brazil, at one point, even Chile.
That's just giving me the strong image of the Ringo isn't even the best drummer in the Beatles meme.
It was literally a case of, you know, this is often the reality of that happening is often not because of America itself, but because the US Congress goes, we're not going to invest in things. We're not going to invest in things. We're not going to invest in things. And then they turn around and realize that others have been investing. And, oh, yeah, their ships are falling apart because they haven't been maintaining them or looking after them. And suddenly, what do you know? We have the Monroe Doctrine. Yes. Turns out it's the South American powers protecting us.
I'm now having visions of Texas seceding to rejoin Mexico.
Oh no, Mexico was never the scenario. But Texas could decide that it wants to take over Mexico and become its own superstate. Your lack of weaponry is disappointing me. I'm fairly sure what Texas would say.
And then they pick a fight with the Mexicans and lose.
But in the nicest way, I've always been told things like the Alamo was a great and glorious event. Surely it was a wonderful victory.
Event is a great phrasing of that. Yes, it was an event. I don't think it was a victory. It definitely not in the tactical sense.
Right, Karen 15, what do you think of the expansion of the electric solar-powered boats out of inland waterways into sea vessels? It will be interesting to see what happens.
You'll never get ships dependent on weather for getting around. What a ridiculous idea.
Well, I think for stuff like the Med, you might have some capability there.
I think it depends on what you want the things to do. You know, most of the stuff I've seen have been basically they wander around the ocean and are almost mobile passive sonar buoys. And you sort of go, okay, this is not going to really have that much of a problem. It'll survive. It might get run over by another ship, but it'll survive. It'll be okay. Once you start getting bigger and expecting more of it, then you've got more trouble.
Yeah, the problem is even with current leading battery technology, batteries are still a very a relatively low density power solution compared to fuel oil. And they take a lot of infrastructure to recharge from low charge rates.
Yeah.
So I think for something that's doing a lot of, like a ferry or essentially the UPS truck of inland and coastal waterways, where they can hook in, take on some charge as they're onloading or offloading cargo, and then go to the next place, it's very useful.
Yeah.
But if it's something that I want to try and shove across the Atlantic, I think I'm going to stick with some level of fossil fuels for the time being.
And again, it's there's a different thing between as when you talk about solar being used tied into other systems as extra power support. I'd say that's perfectly sensible. As myself, there's a sailboat I occasionally help out with crewing, and yeah, we have panels on that to provide us with electricity and batteries. But it's a case of that's to run the kettle and the fridge. Mostly.
Yeah, the issue with solar is there's a limit to what types of ships can actually make use of a meaningful amount of solar.
Mm-hmm.
So something like a passenger ferry, yeah, you could probably get a couple of kilowatts of solar on the roof.
Yeah.
On the upper side of the hull. But for something like anything that's running TEUs or any sort of top-loaded cargo vessel, you need the top deck, you need the main deck to be clear, so you can onload and offload material.
I think
So
the
you can't
wall-mounted solar might be interesting, but I think that might be mounted something you mount on the superstructure. But we'll see what happens.
But even then, your square footage is going to be murdered, and I think solar panels are still below the 25% mark on capture.
Roughly.
So you need solar is literally the least energy dense per square kilometer or per square meter power source we have.
And
So
although
I don't
in
see.
Runon's defense, we should admit that she does work for nuclear power stations.
Yeah, but that's just a fact.
Yeah.
You're burning up hundreds and thousands of acres to get a megawatt or two.
Yeah.
It's wind.
While we're on this subject, I did have someone the other day who very nicely commented on a video where I was talking about Kuznetsov, and I was talking about fuel consumption, how navies tend to buy the cheapest fuel they can for their ships. Commented, actually no, navies don't always, militaries don't always buy. They didn't say navies, they said militaries don't always. Look at the in World War II, where it was the high octane fuel which really helped the fighters perform. There is a small difference between filling the tank on a fighter aircraft and filling the tank on a battleship or an aircraft carrier.
No, you don't say.
And that has an effect on the cost. And when you're talking about navies, that they try to go with the cheapest fuel they possibly can get away with because it's expensive. When your purchase of fuel is measured in tons, not gallons, tons, your bill is going to be expensive. So that was not the win. The person thought that was I think they felt that was a sort of winning argument. I was sitting there going, there is a small difference going on here. I respect the argument, but it's not one which is going to win in this discussion because we're talking about navies and we're talking about buying tons of fuel.
Just to finish my earlier statement, at least something like wind, which may take the same amount of acreage to get this a given amount of power, at least a wind turbine, you can notionally use the land under it for stuff like farming. Solar, not so much. And to Jonathan Moon's point over on Twitch, came across an idea to have solar panels and solid non-cloth airfoils, such as those in Sail GP, to combine sail and solar. You can do that, but when you're talking about something that is a ferry or a cargo ship, you need a lot of kilowatts to move that thing through the water at anything resembling a decent bit of speed, whereas those Sail GP vessels are designed to move as quickly and efficiently through the water as possible, and are relatively lightweight, have a very fine hull profile, so on and so forth, to minimize drag in every way possible.
All right. Castanea, well, I'm going to give you all a bit of a history lesson for this one. So, the first British politician to be killed in office was actually also the only serving British Prime Minister to be assassinated. That was Spencer Perceval. That was 1812, the 11th of May, 1812. And then we had to wait till the 6th of May, 1882 for our next one, which was Lord Frederick Cavendish. And then it's not till 1922, 40 years later, that Sir Henry Wilson. Basically, all the ones I'm going to be listing off and as from Cavendish until we get to Ian Glo were killed by Irish Republicans. March 1979, Airy Neve. November 1981, Robert Bradford. October 1984, Sir Anthony Berry. And July 1990, Ian Grow. Then in 2016, June, Joe Cox was shot and stabbed by what was classified as a neo-Nazi white supremacist. And then in October 21, our most recent one was Sir David Ames, who was stabbed multiple times by an Islamist extremist. So there you go. In context of current events, there you go. That's what happened in the UK. By the way, Sir Perceval was killed by someone who was declared insane.
I am crazy, mad, insane.
To be fair, John Bellingham, on looking into him, was not exactly
Not the pinnacle of mental health.
He had spent time in Russian prisons before he even did this. He was already had an interesting and disturbing life.
So what you're saying is that in the great game between London and Moscow, Moscow fired the first shot.
My dear Runon, that suggests that the first shot was fired only in 1800 something when he was arrested. It was a long, long time. Poodle needs to go to bed. Yes, Poodle does need to go to bed. I will go see if Poodle can go to bed. But I will leave you all with a question, which is a fun one, especially for Fox. So, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if Imperial Germany 1914 suddenly was transported to 1790 Europe? Foxo, enjoy.
Starves. Everyone starves.
Everyone gets interesting new diseases.
Yeah. World War I Germany, a net food importer. The 18th century, a period where Europe went through some of its worst famines in recorded history, especially after the Swedish deluge had decimated Poland. That just never recovered. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of starving Germans because the world ain't producing nearly enough food for that many Germans, and they've been plonked down in the centre of Europe. Because industrialized agriculture was a very important thing. And without it, you're even talking 3-field crop rotation, not 4-field. Yeah. That's gonna be fun. We know what happens to states in general when people can't beat themselves or their families. And
yes, you do have to stay with me for the next half hour.
yeah,
Only a
that's
small
gonna be
biscuit.
fun.
As you think, we only believe in small biscuits in this house.
You're basically gonna have the Imperial German army marauding around Europe, desperately trying to feed itself. Because France won't be producing enough. Neither will the UK, neither will the Rus and Ukraine. Yeah, Taking an alien back in time is a very bad idea once you pass the Industrial Revolution. Because the biggest enabler of the biggest thing enabled by the Industrial Revolution is large-scale population growth.
Take it out, Buzzstream. Yeah, it's honestly, the more interesting thing will be the picking over of the 1914 Germany by everyone else after diseases and everything have run rampant through it. Because the trouble is, they could go offensive, but there isn't the infrastructure to support their offensives once they get beyond Germany. They have railways. No one else does.
Yeah, and so, right, and just quickly, Castanea, the last time Germany provided its own food to fully sustain itself, it's, from what I've seen, is the Franco-Prussian War, the Second Franco-Prussian War. And then with the annexation of southern Germany, it was no longer food agriculturally self-sufficient. It's why the Germans look so much towards Poland, central Poland and Ukraine. Because
that's why they get food.
If you can industrialize Ukraine, I'm talking not industrializing factories, talking industrialized agriculture, Ukraine, you produce a lot of food. A lot of food.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm getting a lot of members messages popping up on the chat. That's fun. Right. So, yeah, it would be 1914 Germany going back would not be good. Yes, they have a technological superiority, but as I said, they can't really feed themselves, and they don't have enough technological superiority in terms of sustainment that they can really take over everyone else quickly enough to support themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. And so just for context, from what I've been quickly able to dig up, for example, in this period, France's food surplus was producing on average, year by year, 5 to 7% more food than needed to sustain its own population.
Mm-hmm.
The British Isles, at this point, is negative.
Yeah.
And significant portions of Russia are negative.
Yeah.
And significant portions of the Mediterranean are negative due to urbanization. So, and if the Germans do start ransacking Europe for food, you're gonna get mass starvation, which is gonna make everything worse.
And when has that ever stopped the Germans
like
from
get a
invading
coalition.
people?
Well, honestly, they could find themselves actually, they could find themselves actually becoming the bad guys in those wars.
Yeah, but you've got machine guns in an era of line warfare, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but you've also got things like riflemen and infantry, those sort of infantry, they're going to adapt to the machine gun quite quickly. The first battle is going to be a massacre, but the second one will be different. Right, so, Joe Fredericks, if the Bolsheviks lost the Civil War, what type of navy will the Kolchak junta fund create? It's going to be longer term, but it's probably going to be something along the lines of what Imperial Russia had. They're going to start working up kind of like the Bolsheviks did. Once they're filmed, once they're firmed up, then they start building up a navy, because a navy is something which Russia needs. They're dependent enough upon the sea trade, and their sea trade goes for enough natural choke points. They can't afford to not have a navy. That's the problem for them. There's the old question of why does despite the Baltic being the Baltic, does Russia maintain a fleet there to this day? And literally is because if you don't have a fleet in the Baltic, then you have no chance of controlling the natural choke point that is the Baltic for your trade, and it's critical enough to Russian trade. They have to have something to impact it. That being said, what do you all think? Someone else wins the Civil War.
If you don't play the game, you can't win. And be a great power, you need to win. So
Yeah.
be a great power at this point.
Russia thought it was a great power. Bob Semple, how would a Bismarck based around the naval treaty look like? Probably not too dissimilar. Because you have to remember, technically the Toreos start out as treaty defined ships. So honestly, probably not too different. If the Germans had joined the treaty powers and started building them earlier, there is a whole discussion as to whether or not they keep with their Scharnhorst based design. But yeah, take care, KVG. Go on, Dan.
I mean, I'm just thinking about the kind of horrendous engineering inefficiencies of Bismarck. I mean,
There's certainly not a lot of room for them in terms of a smaller design.
yeah, I don't know to what extent people actually were looking at the time and going, if that's 35,000 tons, I'll eat my hat. And to what extent people were kind of going, meh, might be.
I think, to be honest, the treaty system had broken down and no one was really believing anything at that point. Remember, the treaty system basically falls apart from 1937 onwards.
Which is kind of what I would... Yeah. Because it just makes me...
I know, but you can't go get Raleigh. Sorry, talking to the dog.
Makes me suspicious about how... Yeah, just kind of a bit more about how they went about stuff and whether they actually could have done that, even if they wanted to.
They'd have tried
To be
to.
honest.
They could have tried to, but they wouldn't have got something like... It would have been different from the Bismarck. It would have been... If they're trying to make it treaty compliant, it's going to be smaller, but if they make it just inefficient, then it's not going to it's going to be a far, far weaker design. Whereas if they try and make it more efficient, they'll get probably an equivalently capable design. No, Raleigh. You can't. I do love the way he's absolutely certain if he keeps complaining, he will get to go to bed when he wants to go to bed, and everyone will do it around him. And he's sitting and go every single time, you cannot.
But I want.
No. How many questions do we have left in the stock, by the way?
Do we have...
Number.
Come on, Discord, do what I want you to do. God dang it, Discord. Mark on red, please. Let's say 10.
Okay, we'll open up.
5, yeah,
We'll
10.
open up when we get to 5. Night Secretary for 1. The answer to that one is just an easy yes. Honestly, there's not really much more to say. Was the plan post-Hawkins cruise of 12 to 30,000 tons going to be primarily a part of the plan to fix the problem that World War I Tiger began to show, which became unignorable to the admirals? The fact that there was such a big break between the cruisers and the next stage, which was a battle cruiser in terms of presence mission? Yes. Especially as the ships which had been filling that role, the armor cruisers, were going by that point. Catford. I'm curious, so those harpoon launchers, you reckon anyone, be it in the US Navy or someone else, ever tried to stuff extra harpoons anyone on a ship to reload later? I know they've looked into it, but they haven't actually done it, because honestly, it's far more delicate than even it was with torpedoes. Okay, so yeah. Right. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Ooh, that's a fun one. Joel Fredericks, another one fun one. Carlsman, hello. So let's go with YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the Kaiser Wilhelm II of 1940 suddenly 1940 suddenly woke up in his younger body of 1890? Would he be able to save Imperial Germany?
No.
Potentially. If he cancelled,
Kaiser Wilhelm.
yes, but if he's learnt anything, he might cancel a naval race.
But he's Kaiser Wilhelm.
Yeah. But when is he going back to?
1890.
Yeah, then that's after the Second Franco-Prussian War,
Yes.
which means Germany's firmly on its death march, because when you've united the country through fighting wars and against a common foe, and built your identity around fighting a common foe, things tend to fall apart when you don't have a common foe.
I agree with
That's
that.
why
I agree with that, but I would say the thing is, if he doesn't support them, then the Kaiserkommune is not getting the funding it got historically, and that means that the money can go to the army, but also it means potentially Britain doesn't get involved.
I don't see that. Because it goes because the UK has always tried to maintain a balance of power in Europe.
Yeah.
And the Second Franco-Prussian War and the humiliation of France, a war between France and Germany is inevitable. They'll
Yeah.
go for round 2.
Yeah.
And Germany wins that, Germany becomes a European hegemon,
True.
which becomes an existential threat to the home isles, like Napoleon France was, or the Habsburgs in Spain and Germany.
All true, but on the other side, there's the fact that France is allied with Russia. France is allied with Russia, and Russia is Britain's big problem on the international stage. And let's be honest, there is a scenario where you get France, Russia, and Austria-Hungary allying, and Britain and Germany allying, and Japan.
Oh, really?
There is that. Because the British are still opening up doors for an alliance with the Germans at roughly the same time they're looking at alliances with Japan because of Russia.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about from the Austro-Hungarian perspective.
No, the Austro-Hungarian perspective, they're not as keen on the Germans as people like to sometimes think about.
But they're very much in the with the Germans camp, because just how intertwined the Habsburgs and the von Hohenzollern are.
Yes.
And for the British, the Russians are a massive threat, yes, but they're also a threat that can be contained. You give Germany what it's claiming as far as the 1880s in the east. You've created a Russia, but that's an industrialized Russia, with ports in the Atlantic.
Well, ports in the North Sea.
Yeah, North Sea.
All true, but at that point, Russia is currently aiming for India, and that's Britain's issue. As I said, that is one of the touchstones of British diplomacy in this period, is their fears over India and Russia.
Yeah, but I suppose it comes down to, would the British prioritise a threat to India or a threat to the home isles more?
Would they perceive a Germany which isn't building a navy as a threat to the home isles?
Probably
Yes.
because once they become a continental hegemon, what's to say they don't build a navy then?
Yes, but that's suggesting they have a longer. That's a longer term vision than.
It definitely is.
Why are you thinking they're going to have such a long term vision? They've got France and Russia, which do have navies, and are building up armies and are threatening. Russia's threatening India, and is expansionist in that way. Germany's the traditional ally. And you've maybe got some wriggle rooms of agreement whereby people think, well, hang on, allying the largest European land power with Royal Navy gives us our traditional army on Europe, because normally we were allied with Prussia, we'd ally with these armies anyway.
But it's also the fact that the Germans still laying claim to all the lowlands and a significant portion of northern France.
Yeah.
And that, well, anyone who tries to go for the lowlands tends to get on the UK's naughty list very quickly.
Well, that's the
because
thing.
of its geography.
There's also the point of, until the fight actually happens, in diplomatic terms, they can be friendly. But what I'm saying here is, if Wilhelm goes on a full pro-Britain, very nice approach, there's going to be a very big issue with declaring Germany the enemy and allying with France, we did historically. And even if you don't get a British alliance, if you just get a neutral Britain, that could be enough for Germany.
I mean, if it was just that, I would agree. But I don't think the Germans and the German state apparatus around him would let him do that.
Yes, but he could mollify things quite quickly. Because you have to remember, it was his support, his overwhelming support, which got the Navy its funding. And it's the army which cuts off the funding. All he has to do is fan the elements of the army which are, even in that period, pissed off with the amount of money being spent on the Navy. And what do you know? Oh, Navy funding cut. Not my fault. And he knows who those people are, because he was there. And then he needs to go and make friends with Britain, because also, if we are not going to invest in the Navy, then we need to hire a Navy, don't we? And he could present that as, we're hiring the Royal Navy to do our bidding. That's why make friends with them.
I suppose. But I still think...
I doubt it would work, but it's a possibility.
Yeah. It's relying on the British not seeking to prevent a hegemon in Europe. Which has sort of been modus operandi since the 16th century.
Yes. Britain is nothing if not short-term in its perspective. After all, let's be honest, what's 500 years between friends? That's very short-term.
500 years versus 600 wars.
Yes. A very small amount of wars, really.
Yeah, as much as I have known for my disdain for La France, even the British government understood that France either wasn't a threat or was a very muted threat to Britain and her empire.
Yeah, there was the Dreyfus incident and a few other things, but that wasn't really that much of a problem. That was soon dealt with.
Yeah, with stuff like the Tangiers crisis that would come later.
Yeah.
Sort of where the French acquiesced to the British demands.
True.
When the British weren't expecting it, it's like...
That's a
Right.
fascinating thing to look into.
Yeah. Okay, so next one. Gilles Fredericks. If another South American naval arms race occurred in the 1920s, do you think it will affect naval treaty system? Yes. There are actually clauses written into the treaty system which basically go, this counts only as long as outside factors don't start playing around. If outside factors start playing around, then there are issues, and the Navy start reacting. And I should change this to questions live. Guardsman 2048. Dr. Alex, I believe you remarked in the past about navies wanting to develop twin-engine carrier strike aircraft in World War II. Are there any British examples?
Say Hornet.
Yes, Hornet. I was gonna hand it over to Foxo because aircraft. I usually let our Foxo take lead, but Dragon, yes, you can if you're brave enough to jump in front.
Sea Hornet still not immediately jumps to mind, and
it is the
was an
Hornet
idea for Sea Mosquito before they realised
and even
salt water and light wood.
Even
doesn't
prior
work.
to World War II, there's the Night Shadowing aircraft, which is a twin-engine aircraft. There are a fair number of other twin-engine aircraft that are designs on the books. Basically, the British are looking at twin-engined aircraft on and off for the naval aviation from about 1927-ish.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Royal Navy even looked at a 4-engined carrier plane for recon.
At one point, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Questions
Yes.
are open.
To be fair, they had slightly smaller engines than a motorcycle, each of those engines.
Yes.
So it's still the fact they have to mount 4 engines.
Yeah.
That was to achieve a horsepower. And it was a fairly anemic horse that had had a long day.
But it was a
And
Okay. Alright. Question 74. Night Security 1. If the Royal Navy gets its post-Hawkins cruiser of 12 to 13,000 tons as planned, likely 14.5, but we'll leave that on one side, with turret superstructure tested as on HMS Enterprise and 8 9.2-inch guns, how does everyone else respond? US Navy by doing another theoretical design, which Congress won't fund. The French by going, med. The Italians by going, we shall build something, and probably building it. The Germans by going, Treaty of Versailles prevents us from doing anything. The Japanese by going, ooh, we can build something with bigger guns and call it a cruiser. Let's see what we can do with 12-inch guns. And yeah, that's about it.
Now, say something not quite the same vein, but allowed a similar thing came up on Fleet the other day. We've got the interesting thing that France and Italy are already looking at large-scale cruisers with large-scale guns at this period.
They are. They're already looking at them, but let's be honest, the French, in an initial period of the 1920s, are not in a condition to deliver on their plans.
Yeah. They will be sitting there going, how we wish we could do this.
Now, the question is, do we wait until Runon has received enough pokes, or do we take down the questions live on our own volition? This is the thing. Do we wait for Steve and others to poke Runon before we take down the questions on the live sign? The bot is acting up a bit.
Yes, that's because I like Runon.
Yeah, it would be nice. We'll stop again.
I say no, because I like being contrarian to Dragon at times.
Also,
Oh.
you like tormenting Runon.
Okay, so we have one for being nice to Runon, one for tormenting. Dan, looks like you're the tie vote. The break, the break in the voting. What are you going to
Joke's
go?
on you, Lyons. I'm doing laundry, so I'm not at my keyboard right now.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean people can't still poke you.
Yeah.
My vote is ban Seneca Nero. If in doubt, just go with what works.
I'm going to go with Dragon because, it's nice for him to win, to occasionally win.
Hey,
Okay.
as long as it's not a racing game, I usually can at least match Foxo.
It's nice to see the hope in their eyes as it
Yeah.
fades.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that hope died long ago. There is no
Wait,
hope.
you people still have hope?
Yeah.
No.
We're British. We don't need hope to survive. We just need iron brew or tea, depending on who we are. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if Britain had managed to maintain ownership over Pennsylvania and New York after the American Revolution? America is annoyed, and there's a later war.
Well, bigger Canada, I suppose.
Yeah, potentially a bigger Canada, but also, let's be honest, Pennsylvania and New York, if you have them, you probably have the other states as well.
You're going to have Maine and basically keep New England.
Yeah, you're basically going to... Well, let's see. If you've got Pennsylvania, New York, the odds of New Jersey being separate are virtually impossible. You're probably going to have Rhode Island and Connecticut and Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. So you have, of the original 13 colonies,
Quite a few.
7 out of 13. That's a much more powerful Canada, eventually. A much more powerful Canada.
Ronan got sent to the back rooms.
Ronan has been sent to the back of the class for naughty behaviour, and so that's that. I'm sorry you can't hear her.
I was saying that they also have access to the Appalachian oil fields once that technology becomes available.
It's going to have a major impact on, also, in the nicest way... Well, do you think the District of Columbia gets put where it does historically, or do America puts its capital elsewhere? Probably elsewhere.
Because Washington, D.C. was deliberately placed in the center of the country as it stood.
Yeah.
Yes, but if I remember correctly, it was also chosen there because it was land nobody else wanted or had claimed.
And it was also
swamp.
Yes.
It was vaguely in the center of the country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically they keep, there's two options here. Either the 13 colonies separate as original, or Britain retains everything north of the Pennsylvania-Delaware border.
Yeah.
Because your Pennsylvania and New York are the economic heart of the colonies.
Yeah, basically, Britain not only Britain retains the parts of the colonies which actually make money.
Yeah, they're the two biggest ports. With the Hudson in New York, you have access to the interior of the country. And after a little bit of civil engineering work, the Great Lakes. Vermont is fur trappers and woodsmen. New Hampshire, Massachusetts is farming, but mostly fishing, and you've got Boston. But they're not going to stand alone because they're going to be cut off by New York from the southern colonies. I guess there's a third option of you have the northern United States and the southern United States and a British enclave in the center. But
no,
that sounds like
it won't survive
for the next 20 years.
Team that's how that's supposed to work.
It's gonna sound like what you might end up with a post-World War One island situation, where the United States are a dominion but not a dominion, where they're a part of the empire, they're just basically the crown has little to no control of them.
I don't think you get that in this period. In this period, that's the kind of fudge later periods have the finesse for. In this period, you're either one or the other, and I think that means that they go But I think potentially what you do have in that scenario is a very different race across America, because there is a chance that the British, aka Britain and Canada, through the Canada, basically push across. So things like Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, maybe the Dakotas, Montana, potentially Idaho, Wyoming, Washington, and Oregon are all part of the British territory, because the British push down further, and so the America ends up being a far smaller band. There's honestly things of, let's be honest, where did the original settlers for Ohio and Indiana come from? They're from Pennsylvania. So you would end up with a far, far bigger Canada. It would be interesting to see what happens in Alaska in this scenario. Does Russia sell Alaska to America like it did historically, which was to keep it away from the Brits, or does it lose Alaska to the Brits in one of the various conflicts which happens around? Because the Brits have got Washington, Oregon to base from, and all those wider territories, they've got far more reason to want to go for Alaska as well.
Or even worse, does the Cascadian partition happen? So you might actually have a unified Cascadia as Canada and Cascadia being two separate countries.
That does throw a few wrenches in.
From what I remember, neither the Canadian colonies on the East Coast weren't too happy about having British Columbia in the Union of Canada. Given it was on the other side of the Rockies.
Yeah.
So if you've got Toronto, Seattle bombing sort of the core, and Portland forming a core of a series of colonies on the Pacific coast, that's how you get Cascadia.
Yes, but also in this scenario, if you've got all those other states of, like Montana, maybe Idaho, Wyoming, Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, etc., you've suddenly got a lot more population a lot lower down connecting them up. And that's going to change the vote as well, because Quebec's going to be even smaller as part of this population. Goodness Lord, you might end up with a Canada which doesn't have dual language French, because in a nice way, Quebec might not have the status it does historically.
Yeah, forgive me if I'm wrong, but in the War of 1812, there was quite a large native coalition fighting alongside the British.
Yes.
In what we nowadays known as Ohio and Michigan.
Yeah.
If they're allying with British against the Americans still,
Yeah.
and the Americans are going to be fighting more wars against the British, then is there a chance you see a Native American protector instead of the Manifest Destiny like we saw historically?
There is the possibility the British push and support for that, but also you have to remember, in a nice way, in the War of 1812, suddenly a large chunk of the resources which America had to chuck into that war, they wouldn't have without New York and Pennsylvania. They don't have the resources. They've also got to fight through a much more populated area, which has probably got garrisons in it from the British. And yeah.
But what we're saying is it makes life a little bit trickier for the US.
It makes Canada. It basically gives, quite a lot of the states which form the northern part of the United States in the Civil War are part of Canada in this scenario.
So there's a good chance the US remains a slave-owning nation.
Until said slave owning implodes the economy, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also Canada becomes a really overmighty member of the British Empire after a while.
I'm just imagining the industrial overwhelming that occurs in a theoretical World War I or World War II. Because you now have all of the U.S. industrial potential and geologic resources located in Canada.
It's going to be interesting. Really interesting.
One might almost go so far as to say, exciting.
Yeah.
Although,
Right, I'm going to grab some more iron brew quickly, and also put the poodle
there's a
fruit in it.
non-zero chance that in a vain attempt to bolster the rump United States of America's economic prospects, that they attempt to invade Greater Canada to free their Northern American brothers from the evil Canadian yoke. So you have the slave-holding South fighting Canada. The war crimes are going to be legendary.
Where was Tecumseh Sherman from? Which side is he going to be on?
I think he's from the Great Lakes.
No good. It's not just
William
looking
Tecumseh Sherman was born in Lancaster, Ohio. And I bet my bottom dollar that when westward expansion starts to happen, the official policy of London is that the Great Lakes will be the British Empire's largest internal waterway structure.
Yep. Oh, they're already be there. There's the British will be pushing for that, and the British will have made sure they've already got there.
So that means that Sherman is going to be, in all likelihood, if everything else in the speculative fiction universe works out congruent to the real world, that means that Sherman could very well be a Canadian colonel or general in the U.S. Canada War of Liberation. Yes, the War of Southern Aggression. I like that. It's far more accurate, even for real life.
Yep.
Well, there's also the scenario in this scenario that a slightly weaker America, Texas, Mexico, all that scenario.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is you could have the War of Southern Aggression predicated by the War of Mexican Aggression?
Well, no, there could be the fact is there could be the Mexican-American War in this scenario, and it could be that the Canadians and the Brits have to come to save the Americans because the Mexicans are getting close.
And
America's considered a buffer state between Canada and Mexico. It could be an interesting time. Anyway. YT the Legacy. A bit too long for the text field, so I posted my question into the Bruships stage, Discord. Battle of the Coral Sea Midway alternate history.
That's technically cheating, but I applaud the game.
It is technically cheating, but I guess... Okay. So the
where
stage.
did you put it?
There.
Is this the Legacy?
Yeah.
That's asking this question?
Yes.
After Drac did work on Task Force Admiral, I decided to try the game and decided to try something different for Battle of Coral Sea. Namely this: when Fletcher gets word of the last known location of the Japanese fleet, what if he instead sent his entire surface fleet in that direction, in the hopes of finding the Japanese carrier force in the middle of the night, and engage them in a night action? If he did this, do you think the Americans would have won the surface engagement? How would the Japanese respond if they detected the surface fleet? If the Americans lost a lot of surface ships but kept both Lexington and Yorktown fully operational, how would that affect Midway? This is a flagrant abuse of the question system, and I love it. Don't do it again.
Okay. So, to answer the question in reverse, if the Americans lost a lot of surface ships but kept both Lexington and Yorktown fully operational, basically they can't run Midway. You can't do Midway if you don't have sufficient escorts. And cruisers and escorts are part of cruisers and destroyers are part of that. How will the Japanese respond if they detect the surface fleet? Depends when they detect them. Americans have radar. Japanese do have some systems which can listen for radar, but are not really available at that time in numbers. And the Americans don't have that much radar at that point, but they do have some. The reality is the Japanese have are better at night visual systems than the Americans. I know that's going to be a shock and a horror to some people, but yes, there are some areas where there is a reason why we consider World War II a peer conflict. Yes, the moment the American industrial might gets going, there is not going to be much of a peer. You're not going to be a peer that much longer. But at the beginning, the Japanese and the British and the American technology is really half a dozen of one, six of the other in capabilities. There are some areas where each are strong and each are stronger than the others. In Japanese, nighttime visual stuff is really, really top notch. So if the Americans attack them first and manage to line out, great, the Americans have a chance. If the Japanese do it, then unless the Americans are, how do I put this, zigzagging like the Royal Navy sleeps, let alone the Royal Navy in daytime, they are going to get hit by a large number of torpedoes. Because the Americans have in several battles in World War II were proceeding in straight line because it was night and it's easier sailing order and you're less likely to bash into each other, and by proceeding in straight line were lined up nicely for torpedoes to go run into them and go boom, boom, boom.
Listen, Doc, we just wanted to have a fair fight. That was it, all right?
It wasn't a fair fight. You lost a lot of cruisers. And in nicest way, the cruiser the nicest way, the cruiser captains and every officer of lieutenant commander and above on those ships should probably have been canned for doing that and allowing that to happen. And I mean that in the nicest way, because you're in wartime, you should be zigzagging because of the threat of enemy submarines. Doesn't matter about your intelligence about long-range torpedoes fired from destroyers. Submarines fire torpedoes as well, usually from a lot closer. And that is why you zigzag. That is why the Royal Navy zigzags so much that, frankly, they can zigzag in their sleep. They can zigzag in a nice way. There is a very good reason why there are so many jokes in the World War II and afterwards from other navies about Royal Navy officers and being surprised they can actually walk in a straight line. Because they zigzag so much. And that is entirely because in World War I, they lost Abercur, Cressy and Hogue to a single submarine in a single afternoon. They never want to go through that again. So they basically drilled into their officers, you shall zigzag! So much so that the officers, they don't even have to almost give the course corrections to the helmsman and the people doing it. It's just proceed as normal fashion. Yes, sir, that's zigzag. Do it automatically.
So how many Royal Navy officers have been arrested for being drunk while being stone cold sober?
Mm-hmm. And yes, that is the reason, Mark Harkness, why Fletcher didn't risk it, because he knew about Japanese night capabilities. But, yeah, if he had done that and he had won a massive battle, then he might not have the Midway. The Americans could have won the surface engagement. They could have won. They are good personnel. They have good ships. They are well trained. but it's going to depend on who gets who spots who first. That is the reality of a night engagement. It depends on who spots who first. What's it? Which Battle of Cape Bon is a good example of this. The 4 British destroyers ambushed 2 Italian cruisers, and basically the fighting's mostly done by the 2 lead British destroyers, because by the time the other 2 destroyers get involved in the fight, it's already won. It's already over. Torpedoes have already hit those cruisers. They are out of the catch. And it happens at night, and the British actually manage to skirt round the Italian cruisers. And because the Italians are focused on the seaward side, that's where they expect the British to attack from. The British actually circle around and come from the landward side, which was supposed to be home and safety for the Italians. So yeah, it's an interesting, fun thing. And that battle is literally by the time the other 2, we'll talk about it and go. You'll see descriptions from those other 2 destroyers involved. Their guns fired heroically. They hit this and this. Yeah, the torpedoes were already in water. The Italians didn't even realise the torpedoes were fired before they fired the guns. And then they fire the guns, and basically the Italians go, "Oh, we're being attacked!" And our guns and everything is pointing the wrong way. And so while we're turning this around, they don't take any evasive actions, and the torpedoes slam into them, and they go boom. It's an interesting bit of history. Anyway, that being said, we answered that one. Ndimu, should the YouTube members get the hot tub historian streams? If I have enough money to ever install my own hot tub at home, I will make the member streams hot tub historian.
No. No. No.
Oh yeah.
No. Remember, you're supposed to reward your members, not punish them.
The no was so good, so joined together from Dan and
No. Hang on, think of it this way. Dr. Clarke has for a history, a very large female audience. We also know that on average in analytics, his audiences are more older than usual. Late 20s, 30s and 40s. Which means he might actually be in the right bracket for a hot tub experience.
And don't forget the, according to you, one multi-millennium.
Yeah, you kind of skew the numbers a bit. It's why I removed you from the equation.
Am I Spiders McGee in this falsified allegory of yours?
No.
Colin 390 scarred for life by the mental image. Oh. All right. Okay. Timu. For Dan, what was the most interesting thing you encountered in Japan when you were touring it with your lovely friends? One being dapper, one wearing tweed. I'm not sure where that leaves me, because I'm presuming Drac was the dapper gentleman, and one was wearing tweed. Well, hang on though. Yeah, Fleet could be both the dapper and the tweed.
Hmm. The most interesting thing. I mean, the whole cultural experience was fantastic.
I think I will, for as long as I live, remember the ceiling tiles of the hotel we stayed in Hokkaido, in the spa section, in the bath section. I will remember those ceiling tiles very well for the rest of my life.
I was going to say Mikasa because she's such a transition point as a warship. She's sitting kind of... I mean, she kind of is sitting slap bang between Warrior and HMS Belfast.
Yeah, she is.
And she feels like it.
Yeah. That was fun.
And they've done a really good job with her. I mean, they've,
Did I tell you that on my last day I went down to visit her? And I spent some more time on board her.
I hate you.
It was just... I couldn't resist, and let's be honest, it was only a train ride away from the hotel. Even the one in Tokyo. I am glad we didn't stay in Tokyo for those days. I'm glad we did go and stay with Mikasa, because despite some of our colleagues feeling that we didn't need to have moved hotels, having done that trip in one day, I don't think, we'd have spent the same amount of time at Mikasa as we did. And I think that was important.
The other stuff.
Yeah.
It was just nice being there.
Yeah, it was but again, I think we did have the advantage of being in what was supposed to be the second best hotel.
Yeah.
But we quickly decided was actually the best hotel.
Yep.
Because we had the best view.
Yes.
Yes, we did. We had the best view.
We did indeed.
Our colleagues were in the two of our colleagues were in the fancy hotel, and we were in. It's a Marriott, isn't it?
Oh, I can't remember.
It was a Marriott, I think it was. And our hotel, it had this restaurant up high, the breakfast restaurant room up high, where you basically viewed the entirety of the harbour and could look over the ships. And so breakfast time was usually me and Dan enjoying our breakfast, looking over ships, with Dan trying various forms of ship's curry, as they seem to have a different one each day.
They tried to, at least. They were good.
Yeah.
I approve of ship curry.
Now, did you have to move hotels because a certain individual may have summoned a small angry mob with his various comments regarding Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
That was later in the trip, and no, we didn't. But there again, at that point, we were staying in a businessman's hotel. But even in Hiroshima, me and Dan did the whole walk up to the memorial up the top on top of the mountain, on top of the. I'm going to say mountain because it definitely felt like a mountain going up it. And I'm really glad we did that, even though we did both nearly collapse by the end of it. I was sat down and you were looking as white as anything. I mean, literally, Dan looked so pale, he looked like he was about to roll down the mountain. And there was me sat down going, oh, good Lord, I used to be fitter than this. But we both worked out it's because the way we came up was the spiritual path, and none of the steps are the same. So you cannot get into a rhythm on the steps. And it is designed, basically, to make you stop and think more, which is lovely. But we were, of course, two Brits not really thinking about this when we were going up the path, thinking this is the path up to the top to the shrine. So we tried to walk it up like two Brits walking up a path and walking up a set of steps. And so we nearly killed ourselves.
Yeah.
That was something to come
Wait.
back to.
You have been to places like York and Durham,
Yes, but
right, Dr. Clarke?
yes, I have. But the thing is, it's going to sound strange, but when you looked at it on the map and when you looked at it at the beginning, it just looked like a bit of a woodland path. So it went into UK woodland path in my head. Because one of the things you sort of learn, and we got this more as we went around Japan, is that they are very good at blending in their spiritual architecture with the natural world. So much so that you think you mentally will think you're in the natural world more than the spiritual, rather than spiritual architecture. If that makes sense. And so that is what you find yourself doing. Yeah, bringing a medical professional with me was sensible. He brought extra water with him.
And we still end up needing to get extra supplies.
Yeah, we found a vending machine which had. Do you remember that juice drink?
Oh god.
God,
that
yeah.
was
Never again. Oh, what was it?
Do you know roughly what it was?
Tomato and apple or something?
I can't
Yeah.
remember. I've managed to block it out.
It was.
I don't want to try and remember it.
No, it was just no. Basically, the options in the machine were water, various, or the really thick water they had, or a juice. So we tried the juice as well as the regular water. No, never again. Oh.
Yeah, this was a mistake.
Yeah. Worse things have happened at sea, I'm sure, but I just can't think of them right now. Paul Amos, given the Anglo-Japanese treaty did go ahead as per your patron yesterday, what potentially would the knock-on effect in our time if there wasn't a World War II as to the types of navies you'd see? Appreciating it's so far ahead of the period you covered. Honestly, you probably have, if there isn't a massive World War II, there's probably a far more gradual decline in the battleship. A far more gradual decline in battleship. You probably still see things in a. It's going to sound strange. Without a massive war that's going to be a crescendo and carriers have come of age and battleships, because the reality is, as we talked about, it's not so clear cut. But the perception from World War II is that it is clear cut. The reality is the battleship is still useful. It's just the carrier. Its utility depends on its air group, and as the air group rapidly expands in capability, the battleship seems less and less useful. But there are scenarios where still the battleship, in certain scenarios, could actually probably beat up a carrier battle group, or lead up to one side. And where a carrier battle group with a battleship is far better than a carrier battle group without a battleship. But the fact is, World War II leaves an impression, and that generates these things. But if you don't have World War II, it's going to be a far more gradual evolutionary changeover. So navies are probably going to, in simple terms, navies probably, the thing that disappears probably is the small light cruiser, and maybe the distinction between light and heavy cruiser. But you probably still have some kind of fast battleship type ship, cruiser type ship, destroyer type ship. Maybe have something come in below that, sloop or frigate evolve up, and have carriers, but it would be a far more gradual evolution of these various things. Yeah, do you remember what that water, the thick water that you could get in Japan was? The one was supposed to really hydrate you, but tastes like thick water.
I didn't have any. You were all mildly complaining about it.
Yes, you were very good at letting us try these things first, and then you deciding not to have them or not.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm
This is
hearing
what.
Yeah, Pocari Sweat, Ploppy 708, Pocari Sweat. That was it.
Yeah, basically, we have Dr. Dan exercising good medical judgment and realizing that they are the trained professional in the room, and that if they go down, no one else may get back up.
me and Fox have a friend who lives in Japan at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
We can always get them to send stuff over if, Dr. Dan needs a couple of taste tests.
I think he should try the Pocari Sweat because everyone should be disturbed by that at least once. Because it is. It doesn't taste. Please, it doesn't taste bad. I'm not saying it tastes bad. It just tastes like thick water, which just tastes wrong to my taste buds. I'm sure I could learn to like it, or at least live with it and understand it. But yeah, it tasted like thick water.
I'm just mildly concerned that you saw a drink that was marketed as any type of sweat and said, "Yeah, I'll have me some of that."
To be fair, I think if I remember correctly, me and Drac were drinking it on a dare after seeing so many locals drink it and the science for it and thinking, okay, maybe it's better than it sounds, and let's both have a go. And I think it was about 140 yen or something like that. So it was, yeah.
You ever think that there might be a reason why it was pennies?
140 yen was also the price of a decent ice bun. That was very nice use of heart. And then, of course, we found this was definitely what me and Dan found, Mr. Donut, and Mr. Donut had a lovely green drink.
Oh, God.
I'm quite fond of their watermelon flavour.
Yeah. And that became mine and Dan's go-to way to wind up our colleagues if we were in Mr. Donut. Have you tried this?
Oh. It was like
Drac actually liked it.
He said it was like something from something he'd had in South Africa. That
Yeah.
was described as being a totally different flavour.
Yeah. Okay. Ploppy 708. If in World War II hulls were converted into carriers, could US Navy use carrier hulls to speed up the Defiant class instead of a clean sheet design? You could, or you could use various other options. One of the things I'm going to be talking about in the video for the Type 83s is there are other hull options to use than just going, oh, let's do the Type 26 or something like that. If you really do think it's going to be that uncrewed surface vessels are going to be the way, then a future destroyer probably needs to be able to mothership those, in which case you might want to look at the Bay class hull or various other or similar units to that as options for your destroyer design. Stafford Thompson. Did anyone in Washington see the naval analysis report on the People's Liberation Army Navy battleship April 1st and take it seriously until it realized what day it was? I don't think that drove anything, but it's always fun. And do you know what's really fun about the US Defiant class, and one reason I want to see them get built is because I'm darn sure certain that if the Americans build the Defiant class, China will build something equivalent just for the heck of it. They will. And we will end up with our first of the 21st century battleship building race.
Terms most historians never thought they would have to say.
Yeah. So, the Bay class.
From extinction. The rumors of my death has been greatly exaggerated.
Yeah. And of course, once China has them and America has them, then look at the only power in the world which also operates a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. France will probably want one, just for national status, which means Britain will want one. And we'll end up with all these lovely countries building them. It will be beautiful.
Probably not salty, but it might occur. What would be the bigger focus, power and guns, i.e. the pen or the armor capability to not sink after taking the hit? Probably won't really be the armor of it.
No, it'll be relying on active defenses more than anything, and not being where you're aiming for. Right on. Knight 6841. For Dragon and Foxo, as places like Canada, Australia are just overseas territory of the Royal Isles, doesn't that sound like the British Empire regressed to be before the Dominion system?
What's the context for that?
I'm presuming Azur Lane.
No, because those places don't exist anymore in the main timeline.
But they do.
They're just
Well,
run
those
from.
in
not-
Canada do exist, and like there is still country there.
It's just not
Finland,
inhabited.
It is. It's
Finland
just
doesn't
very
really
minimally
exist.
inhabited.
Yeah, I think that from what I understand of Azure Lane, those places basically have no population. So, in a nice way, actually
Yeah.
devoting population to the kind of government you'd be talking about would actually be wasteful.
It's like asking. Yeah, it's. As a lane will not our world, things work differently. A lot less people.
Magnitudes less people.
I mean, I'm liking that as a concept. Can't lie. I might or might not have been on the tube earlier today, which is a surefire way of reminding oneself that the rest of humanity sadly exists.
And smells, usually.
Yeah. It was the day of the London Marathon, and there
Yeah.
was still quite a lot of runners coming back, and there was a big football match.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
That's the day where you go, is it worth paying a taxi? Yeah, it might be.
Not in London, it's not.
Yeah, in nicest way, the taxi will take far longer than the tube. Honestly, sometimes it's quicker to walk. Daniel Phillips. At the start of the Tokugawa Shogunate, Japan signed a treaty with the Dutch English to police the seas around Japan in exchange for tech and tactics. How does this affect the Americans' Black Fleet? Well, A, Japan will be open to the world and under the protection of the British and the Dutch, potentially. But also, potentially the Japanese have a functioning navy. So when the American Black Fleet turns up... But that also means Japan isn't a closed-off place like it was historically. It's got some outside relations going on. So the justification of opening up Japan to trade is going to be hard to sell, and they've got a functioning navy. So life could be a lot more difficult. Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock, but if we get down to 5 questions, we're taking another 10. How's that sound? Jonathan Moon. Earlier this week, a Dutch journalist wanted to write an article on how active personnel get their mail. This one done by having a Bluetooth GPS tracker in a letter. It was a card, I think, for a ship on active duty. As a result, the ship's location leaked. I've got a question, but I guess I'll have to wait to be a general talking point. Basically, yeah, you need to be very careful about mail and all sorts of things going on. The French aircraft carrier's position was revealed by someone actually having their fitness app on and recording and broadcasting their location publicly, which I wouldn't do out of personal security reasons, let alone because I'm aboard an actual aircraft carrier in the middle of the Mediterranean. I suppose that's a good example of bragging rights. Look where I'm doing my jogging. But seriously, it's one of those things of it becomes very tempting to keep worrying about drones and satellites. Human intelligence and human failings is still going to be very much a reality of modern warfare and a risk of modern warfare.
Remember, kiddos, very few digital intrusions are done by cracking security in a hacking way. Most of them are done by attacking the wetware.
Yeah. And also, it's like when people turn around and go, oh, drones are meaning that you can be tracked anywhere in the world. And I go, yes and no. In peacetime, that's a lot more possible to do than in wartime. Because in wartime, you shoot those drones down. Because whilst the value of the drone might be very low compared to your value of your ship, the value of the information of where your ship is far, far higher than the value of the drone. So you take out the drone. And also, this is why some people, like me, have been going, the Italian Navy's got it right. Because most of those really small drones can be actually and will actually be shredded by 76mm fire. At range. At range. Runon, through some reality warping shenanigans, HMS Belfast suffers a full load magazine before where she sits today. Impacts?
Goodbye, Houses of Parliament.
Goodbye. Well, she's closer to the Tower of London and Tower Bridge. Tower of London's probably okay. Tower Bridge probably loses every single window, and quite a lot of buildings around there probably have their windows smashed. And I think City Hall isn't that far away, is it?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, the ex-City Hall.
The ex-City Hall is probably
Shard
gone.
Also pretty close.
Yeah, that's gonna have fun.
So that's 90% window.
Smiling flip-flops, if the Japanese had ship girls and no one else did during World War II, there is a problem. Because Mikasa the ship girl could probably win a fight versus an Iowa.
Yep.
And I have a reason for this.
Good luck hitting a human-sized target with a gun bigger than a human.
Yes! That's exactly it. Good luck trying to spot her and kill her before she kills you. Yeah. Guardsman 248, the Council of Naval Experts. I ask, what are the best books that cover the topic of supply convoys in World War II?
Why convoys? I've not yet found one.
I've got a massive one, which is basically called the Sinew, basically titled roughly in sections The Sinews of War. Gorshkov's book is also pretty good. Gorshkov's of Sea Power book. But I have an entire book somewhere in here on this topic. I'm going to go hunting it. I'll be back in a second.
And years later.
It won't be that long. I haven't got all my boxes open.
25 years later.
Once upon a time, somebody. I
Named
remember
Doctor.
hearing a hell of the legend.
Oh.
The once and future
Oh, look at
naval
it.
historian.
There's the book on armed merchant cruisers. Really good book. By Kenneth Pullman. It's a really good book. Merchant cruisers. That includes a section on Mac ships. Why has someone put a box here? Oh, boom, 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 boom. Shimmy, 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 shimmy.
I mean, I'm guessing the person was probably you, so...
Oh.
Remember, blame the wetware.
Where is it? Oh, good lord. I can't see logistics. Okay. If you have book recommendations, please list them off while I'm... there we go.
And not my circus, not my monkey convoys.
Yep.
My
More
interest is much more in sinking them.
Yeah, I was about to say, more how to destroy an enemy convoy is more what I look into.
I like boats. I don't want to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Steve, why don't you wait for Dr. Clarke to actively call for more questions? Just to thunk?
That'd be
Are we
helpful.
on 5 questions, or... Because he did say when we get to 5, but...
Yeah, I don't got to 5 yet.
Steve.
That is why I was just clarifying.
He's trying.
We're actually on-
He's a
we're actually
he's a
on
treasury
the
guy. He's trying for his question tax.
We're actually on the last one now.
So it makes sense a bit.
Okay, it does make sense then. I thought we had more to go.
At least I'm 95% certain.
Where the frigate is it? It's an incredibly boring cover. Which will mean it should stick out, because most of these covers are actually quite interesting. Cool, but it's actually... Yeah. Is it buried behind other things? Oh, yeah, there it is. I should just go with my instinct sometimes and just go, I'm sure it's buried. Go for it.
Because I know if I double stacked books, I would never find them and read them ever again.
So,
I know that feeling.
I'm gonna need more Cordus Corax.
right, this
You
is the
always
kind
need
of
more
book
You already
which
you
makes Salma Archaeologus very, very excited. Arteries
you
of War.
always need more Papa Raven.
Histories of Military Transportation. And there you go. That's a good book. It covers the supply convoys of World War II and all sorts of things in there. Are you trying to get more people into your Raven Guard fantasies again, Runon?
Well,
We've been over this before.
Listen, Raven Guard is best guard.
No, they aren't. They're the best thieves. They're always nicking everyone else's gear.
No,
they're not even
that's the Blood Ravens, and if I remember correctly, there's some of Sanguinius's kids.
No, the Raven Guard
Unknown.
are what happens when you're too poor to call in Night Lords.
Why would I want to call in Night Lords? I like my civilian populace to continue to have use of their skin.
Steve,
Yeah?
Garius, I'm glad you're conquering France.
But you see, civilians are replaceable. They grow back.
Okay, moving swiftly onwards. Stafford.
Okay, I am concerned that one of my lower subordinate mods just seems to want to do nothing but war crimes.
Oh, so you've met Foxo recently then. Stafford, free cruisers and the tribals of the Royal Canadian Navy are sent back to 1948, from 1948 to 1812. How do they affect the War of 1812, and would modern Canada end up as far south as New York State over to Kentucky? Doubtful, because they are all going to need fuel supplies, and no one has the ability to keep those things supplied in that period. Coal ships, you might be able to just about scrape something together to move them, but it's not going to be great quality coal. Oil-powered ships, no. So they basically turn up and they become... Maybe they sit on the Great Lakes and just blast anything which gets close. Until they run out of ammunition.
And consider this. By 1812, UK's got the Americans right where they want them. They're a part of the British trade network, but they don't have to pay to garrison it.
Yeah. That is the British dream for an empire is for you to be locked into the empire, but then not to have to garrison you, because then you don't cost any money. They can just extract money from you without spending any money. That's what their dream.
Yes. And it doesn't really. And America also gives the UK plausible deniability to start kicking other colonial powers out of the Americas. Because of Monroe. Because for a lot of early Monroe, it's the British doing the enforcement.
Is it even just early? I thought it was more just for a lot of Monroe's history. It is Britain, really. That's the thing that goes. Sure, you want to try this?
I would count that, but the interventions in Mexico, when France tries to get Mexico under their boot.
You mean when Britain accidentally forgets to supply them with coal?
Yes, and then the American army marches south, and the Mexican army switches sides. And kicks the French
Yeah.
out.
But of course, the French just didn't have the coal available to just really support their operations. It's
I
terrible.
know, right?
All those British colliers were just all too busy to move coal. It's just. It's such. It's such a
Brits
shame.
really got to stop You Brits really got to stop messing with the international energy transportation
Hey,
networks.
look! That was a glorious American victory that you won all on your own, with no support from anyone else.
Like a big grown-up country. It was very impressive.
We were very proud of you. We sent you a card of congratulations and everything. I think we even put a voucher in it.
I hate this timeline. I hate this stinking timeline.
The nicest way, for a long period, the British control of the world was coal supplies and the fact that we can move coal. You know, that was it. That was why does Britain get so powerful in the world? Because we not only supply the best coal, we control where coal moves to. Because we provide something like 90% of the world's shipping, which actually moves coal. And then, Garrus, it's also the coaling stations as well. We control the coaling stations, we control the ships which move the coal, we control some of the best coal. And that means that, let's put it this way, the reason the Russians take so long to get their fleet out there, and actually ships loaded with shells from Britain leave Britain after the Russians have gone past and reach Japan before the Russians arrive, so their shells can be offloaded and put into stored for various things, is because the Russians had a really hard time getting coal. Yes, Great White Fleet, supported by the Great British coaling ships and stations. Yeah, it was a good time.
Okay, Darius, I'm now imagining some British naval logistics lieutenant saying, well, we can't sustain your major show the flag fleet movement this year. However, next year we do have a slot for third power nation fleet movements, circumnavigations to take place. So if you'd like to do it that year, we can certainly slot you in. Now, if you are insistent on doing it this year, I'm certain we can come up with something, but it's going to require payment in Electrum.
That's pretty much what it was. Look at how much coal cost the Great White Fleet while I was wandering around the world. They're often paying 3 to 4 times the global accepted price.
I'm going to trigger every single D&D player in this chat right now. In one of my in my homebrew world, one of the countries is not on a gold standard, but an Electrum standard.
Oh, Runon, you think that's bad?
Anyway, moving on to Knight's question before we go too far down the D&D black hole and give poor Glyn, if he's watching, nightmares. I have, Dan, Garrus, I have told everyone about how we tortured Glyn with a D&D game.
It's not torture per se.
Garrus, we won't say that to poor Runon. It will upset her. And Dan, yes, torture, not torture per se, it's just...
Remember, Canadians, it was involved. It can't be torture because torture's a war crime.
Yeah.
And we all know that the Canadians never do war crimes.
No, but it was 4 Brits and a Canadian, so nicest way it was a homebrew fun. Knight 6831. If the Tiger class cruiser have 6 6-inch guns, 4 3-inch guns, 4 quad SAMs and 3 twin surface missiles, are they the most powerful cruiser in Western Europe? I presume when they're launched. Yeah. And would they be classed as a guided missile cruiser? Potentially. They certainly carry a lot of missiles compared to others, so yes. And Timu's asking Dan, did you do the full course of the London Marathon? And what tube line did you use?
I was on the Northern Line, and then coming home, I also took a bit of the Victoria Line. And I have no intention of ever running a marathon ever.
Yeah.
It is a stupid thing to do. That sort of distance is what bicycles are for.
Yeah,
Let's try and do it quickly.
I am booking a hotel near Liverpool Street for something that's happening in May, and I'm literally booking my hotels based on are they along the Queen Elizabeth line. This shows how much of how you stand into London travel.
I've been a voice on the other side of your screen for what, close to 2 years now. Just as a reminder, I run on black humor and sarcasm.
Yes.
Which means irony is at least one lubricating fluid in that machine.
Mm-hmm. I'm still enjoying Garrus's point from Twitch, and I'm just presuming you haven't read it.
Oh, yeah.
New IKB, book recommendation for a recently unbiased overview of the British Empire needed for a friend. Nicholas Rogers' Tales of the Royal Navy has a lot about the Empire in it and is reasonably unbiased, reasonably honest about, good points and bad points in terms of what was going on and the reasonings behind them.
I haven't yet finished it, but I've got one called something like All the Countries We've Invaded.
Yes.
And
I've heard good things about that.
And there's also, I think it's 20... I can't remember how many times it was that Britain were bastards.
There's 1,000 years of upsetting the French, which is always a fairly good one.
That's a good one.
Wait, you've only upset the French for 1,000 years?
No, they've only existed for 1,000 years, so we couldn't upset them any longer.
Okay.
Terrible.
How about the Franks? Were you upsetting the Franks?
Yes, but they were prior to the French.
England didn't exist.
No. Then we were the Cornish.
Yeah, but the Cornish aren't the English.
We created the English. We'll keep them.
No. English is defined as what you call its post Anglo-Saxon invasion. No, not post Anglo-Saxon, post Norman invasion. Pre-Norman to Anglo-Saxon because use a different alphabet.
Okay.
And the Anglo-Saxons were good at annoying the French. And the Turk. And the Greek.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's fun time.
And the German.
I'm sorry, every time now I see Garrus's comments still in the chat, I'm just going, it's moved a bit, but oh good lord, that makes me giggle. Right. Sadu, what was the first ever ship hit with a variable... first ever ship hit with variable pitch propellers? Hit!
I believe it's supposed to say fit.
Fitted with variable pitch propellers. Ooh, that's a debate. You see,
we have.
Because the variable pitch propeller, and there are various which have worked on it. If we're talking about, well, there's controllable pitch propellers, variable pitch. How do I put this? Okay. We are probably talking, in terms of ship terms, we are probably talking 60s, 70s. But there is a debate, because some ships were fitted with things to test them. There's also things fitted as various sailboats, which are interesting. And there's also a debate as to the type of propulsion used and how it was fitted and the various rules around them. Okay? So if I wanted to be conservative, I'd say 70s. But if I want to be talking about the ships which are testing them, it's in the 60s, and we're not quite sure. because various people are playing around them, and some of them are doing it more secretly than others. But who is it who takes the lead? Vorcilla went in controllable pitch propellers, definitely, and they use those mostly for things like ferries, dreaders, trawlers, and those sort of things. But and the variable pitch propellers come ahead of mostly the other Dutch companies. But there are British and Americans also mucking around them as well. And please note, when I'm saying mucking around, what I mean is people are often testing out concepts before they actually are viable. And one of the things about these propellers is actually getting the controls to work and be responsive enough to actually be useful.
Otherwise, it's just another thing to go wrong.
First-class warship. Warships with variable pitch propellers are something else. I'm not sure if... I know they have fixed pitch. They have fixed pitch. I'm going to actually have to search this one and check this. You're looking more at European frigate designs. I think did the Frem have it? Oh, I'm actually on the technical notes for the Frem because I have to check this one. Because I know those have fixed pitch and those have fixed pitch. I'm going by what ships I'm not sure about, rather than what ships I'm sure about, because the ones I'm sure about all have fixed pitch propellers. Oh. Do any of the ones currently in service have variable pitch? I think the Frem is one I'm tempted to think does. Propulsion. Yeah, Frem does have controllable pitch propellers. So the Frems do. Let's look up these different options. The Chevron Provincian. Basically, if you're looking for ships which have controllable pitch rather than variable pitch propellers, as you know, that one, we're looking for vessels which come after the FM90, the NF90 scenario. Basically, they're all after NF90, so after that they start to have control per pitch coming in. But it's those ones. Why wouldn't you? Because look, Sadu, here's the thing. If you have it and it's not, how resistant is it to shock damage? How resistant is it to the damage you might take as a warship? Because it's great if it works, but if it's easily damaged and then won't work, it's going to be much more problematic to deal with. This is one of the things which is the difference between warships and civilian ships. You have to factor in what happens if humans like to break things.
And then how much additional maintenance is going to take, how much additional spares is going to take, how's it going to affect especially on something like a frigate, how is it going to affect the acoustic profile of the vessel? How is it going to respond to random changes in shaft revolutions? If it does get damaged, how long is it going to take to repair versus a traditional screw? I mean, at least with an Azipod system, you can pretty much just get it into a dry dock, drop it, and get another one bolted or welded in.
Yeah.
But for a variable pitch propeller, that's a lot of linkages that have to go back into the hull.
That's a lot of systems which have to be added and worked through and organised and thought about. And I think the British... Ooh, I'm not even sure, actually, if they have it. Because, again, with some of the ASW destroyers, some of the ASW frigates, they designed their propeller to be so acoustically perfect, actually having variable pitch, controllable pitch, could ruin the acoustics. So I'm not sure if they all have that as an option. And I'm looking at the Type 26 and actually going, does it? Because again, I'm trying to remember the discussions I've had about it, and I know the Type 31 has it. But interestingly enough, all the sources I'm quickly looking in front of me, the Type 26 is not listed with it. So might not. Admittedly, they are now electric drive, and most of these things are electric drive. Yeah. Again, for everything that looks perfect on paper from one angle, it can look very problematic from other angles.
There's a term for that.
Yeah. Paul Amos, there was a 1920 trawl that had a single long stroke and diesel engine with variable pitch prop. That was in Porth Penryn when I worked there. I'm not surprised. It's an idea which has been around for a long time, but the question was coming in was warships and mass adoption. And the key thing I was looking at was, well, when does it become something which larger ships are going to have? Because some small ships might try it out, and you might get, things like a trawler, etc., having it, because you think for a trawler that could be quite a useful thing depending on what the water you're going in, giving various control and allowing you to go forward and backwards. And some ideas were that you could literally, by changing the pitch, you can change the direction of movement of your ship. So yeah, there are scenarios, but when does it come to warships? When does it come to bigger ships? So 60s, 70s for larger merchant ships, and warships seem to be 90s onwards. The legacy. As a Canadian, it's not a rule break the first time. Speaking of it, in World War II, we sent our entire navy. If in World War II we sent our entire navy to Pacific, and the UK, Australia handled Atlantic, how would the Pacific play out? Badly, because the Canadian Navy is an anti-submarine warfare navy. And that wasn't something they needed a lot of. So it's an anti-submarine warfare convoy navy. You send it to the Pacific and it's just going, what do we do? And the Australian Navy is a cruising task group navy, and it can, along with the UK, can handle stuff like the escorts. It just hasn't got enough ships to do it. Okay, it seems the Iroquois destroyers had CP. I'll have a look up. Might have done. Let's see. Iroquois class. Let's go into my notes. I can't find on my notes any listing of that for Iroquois or Afghanistan. That they actually had that on my notes. They might have had it. I'm not gonna disprove you just because it's on all my notes. But that's the thing. I searched my notes and I didn't find them on there as having it. And I'll go in again for it and. Oh. No. I'll have a look again for that. But as I said, it's not something which has come in, which was really common for a long time because of worries of damage. Timu, why are you typing next?
Add Team Do not make me make that command a whitelist.
Stafford Thompson, could the USN or a USN rentor buy OHPs of Spain until the new frigates are commissioned, or are there not enough of them to make worthwhile? You answered your own question.
And also, is capital Spain's Madrid, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Madrid is really willing to rent anything to Washington right now.
They're kind of unhappy on them.
Yeah, there's a little bit of let's call it disgruntlement right now.
Yeah, it's one of those.
It
happens. It happens. Most of these things happen because most of the time, if people don't have anything real, if you don't have anything really problematic to deal with, you start fighting with your friends. Gives you something to do with your time. Right, so Ploppy 708, with the next generation automatic 6-inch systems, let's be honest, 155, is it possible for new but look at a 6-inch naval guns for ammo compatibility, or do they not fire fast enough? Okay, so as I've discussed before, when you're talking about naval artillery versus land artillery, it's often forgotten that the entire gun system on a warship could weigh as much as a main battle tank. Okay? The gun system can weigh as much as a main battle tank. The gun will be longer and bigger. It will fire a longer shell. So, if let's say if naval artillery does go up to 6-inch, the shells will probably not have commonality in terms of the actual shells. They might have commonality in terms of the guidance package. They might have commonality in terms of the explosive and stuff put in them, although there'll be probably far more in the naval shell. So there are always areas that you can find, how do I put this? Savings by economies of scale. But the other thing you start to realise is also that naval guns tend to fire, because they are larger, because of the systems that exist to support them, because of the various systems, the way they are set up, tend to A, fire faster, and B, fire a longer range for their size. Because they can. That's the thing. It's a really fun thing when you realise that a naval deck gun can stretch down as about 3 decks inside the ship it's on. In terms of its carousels, its ammunition, all the other things it can be down for as far as 3 decks. You think about how much space a tank takes up. And then, that's before we get on to the fire control computers and the sensors and the other systems it's plugged into. Now, yes, it is expected to do a lot more. And this is one of the other fun things I get into when people go, oh, what do they call them? They call them subsurface skimming drones. Undersea drones which skim along just under the water. Oh yeah, you can't deal with them. The amount of diving shells which have been designed for 20mm, 30mm, 40mm guns. The fact that we have shells for 5-inch guns and 4.5-inch guns, which literally are depth charges that can be fired out to a range of tens of kilometers from the warship. Drop into the water and go boom. You can fire off and go, okay, yeah, we've got drones coming in from that angle. Okay, that's fine. Boom, 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 boom. There's 20 of them coming in, depth charges all around them. They might survive. Okay, they survived that first barrage. Fire another 20. Fire another 20. So that is what you're dealing with in terms of naval gun fires and gun systems. So yes, a 6-inch system would be an improvement, and I would be very keen on a 6-inch being put in there. But it's not the same thing as going, okay, we can take a land 6-inch and stick it on a ship. Because that's not going to give you a good return for your investment. And using a 16-inch shell for that kind of thing would be overwhelmingly not sensible.
Obviously, you just need more NATO 35mm. If you think you've got enough NATO 35mm, you do not have enough NATO 35mm.
I prefer 76mm, but yes, you can do with 35 if you wish.
If
Right
you
then.
need a 76, that means you're not using enough 35, my guy.
No. For 76 is the connoisseur's weapon of why bother carrying and firing all that 35 and making all that noise when a single 76 will do.
Ah, but not enough DECA.
You know, it's times like these where I think we just need to make the hyper velocity 16-inch.
The fact that you announced that after people have been coming back and saying this, yes. Basically, if you turn to look, if you want to look up the shell comes from British Aerospace Engineering BAE Systems. You can look it up, the depth charge shell, and it is. This is one of the things when people tell me, "Oh, we've got no our future navies are going to be overwhelmed by these drones. We have no counter to them." I sit there and go, "No, actually, this thing is the funny way due to the way we fund our defenses. We've been researching and developing the weapons to counter these systems. We just haven't bought them and fitted them on the ships. So we have the counters. They're sitting on the sales stands in these big conference and events I go to. I see them, I hold them, I get to pick them up and play with them. And then I ask, are we buying them? No, we are funding improvement research to make them more useful. Are we actually buying them? No, we're going to fund more research. I'd like to buy some. No, you can't.
Yes,
Only your government can. No, I know. I'd like to buy some and give them to the Navy myself because the government is only going to keep paying to upgrade the things. I actually want a version in service. I will buy it now. I have cash.
Doc, one, take a sip of iron brew and a deep breath.
Yes.
Two, if you put the system in service, that means that it's expected to have a certain degree of operational utility. And if it falls short of that, then that causes problems for the shareholders. Whereas if it's perpetually in development, that makes shareholders happy and line go up.
Gareth the Brit, Ukrainians are countering aerial drones with prop planes and shotguns. Drones are fragile, even naval versions. It's a shift from precision countermeasures back to area AA is all. Yes! Literally.
Wait, does that mean the Duster's coming back?
Yeah,
The
but
Duster
I would
never
like
got
to
went
point
away.
out But that in 1915 and 16, the Vickers machine gun and the Maxim gun were the most effective anti-aircraft weapons on the battlefield. After aircraft evolved a little bit, they suddenly were not the most effective on the battlefield. Drones are very quickly going to go through the same process.
Yes, but that's going to make the drones. Then the drones are going to become bigger and more expensive.
Are you telling me that the Vickers heavy machine gun is about to return to being the most effective anti-drone weapon on the battlefield?
It never left.
No, it's still there. It's still being used.
Remember, the Vickers machine gun is a Maxim gun. It's the Vickers version of the Maxim gun, built under license. The Maxim gun is still in service in Ukraine.
Yes, and that fact is what makes it funny.
Yes, and sad at the same time.
The Maxim and the Vickers tell the Browning 50 cal and the 30 cal to sit down and go back to work. You're too young to retire.
What I would like to
know is what people are doing, talking about the whippersnapper B-52, talking about
yeah, look, the point I keep making, and I will continue to make, probably until the day I die, which will hopefully be in a long time, so I'll be able to tell a lot of people, is this. we keep going, let's go for missiles and having all these systems, and that's great. But we've demonstrated the light and medium AA on our ships. It used to be you had light, medium, and heavy AA on your ships. That's how you gave it. You had light, medium, and heavy. With the missiles came in, we just went with missiles, which are the equivalent of heavy AA. And the light and medium has disappeared. This is why we have the Type 23s, with no close-in weapon system on them, even after the Falklands War, because they have the Great Seawolf system. They had a 30mm Gamboy, but that was about it, and they had two singles of those. That's not really helpful. We got the Type 45 coming. It's got a couple of phalanx on it. It could have had three 76mm and 3 phalanx on it. That would have been useful. That would be an equivalent to what the Italians were fitting onto theirs. But no. Oh, good Lord, Garius, don't say that. And this is the point, people looking at a Type 31 frigate and going, I don't know, where does its weaponry make sense? Well, it's a flak frigate, and actually, the flak frigate makes a lot of sense in the drone scenario we're currently dealing with. It's got a 57mm, 2 40mm, and a whole ability to carry a whole load of cam missiles. Great. That's what you need. And then people go, oh, it needs more weapons, and that is going to make it more expensive. But the thing is, the 57mm, 40mm, all these things, they can fill up the sky with lead. And literally, that's how you deal with light, cheap drones. Because guess what? Shells are cheaper than they are. And I would just point out, Garius has written, be an Oricon, not an Oricant.
Yes. And I want to see the at least twin. I will accept a twin. I'd rather have a quad 40mm Bofors come back in service.
Why?
Or the 40mm Oricon. Or the 40mm
from more
No, but why would you have those? Well, you can have a 35mm NATO autocannon.
No,
built
no.
by Rheinmetall.
Yes,
because
that's the trouble.
I'm not a hipster, Foxo.
No,
famously used on the Gepard. The best Shurad system ever made.
No, the reason I don't want the 35mm is it reminds me too much of the 37mm, which is what the Germans were used in World War II and kept not working. I want to go for my 40mm. I like my extra 5mm of bang. I'm sorry, I like my 40s.
Yeah, I mean, why would I throw a fat Sharpie at my enemy when I could throw a Red Bull can at my enemy?
Yeah.
You're wasting Red Bull.
But Red Bull is
the fuel of God.
No, wasting Red Bull is a sacred duty.
I would like to get Ronan excommunicated from the Church of Blackburn, please, for such sacrilege.
The High Priest is Dan. That's who you talk to.
The Church of the Blackburn.
No, shush. I would also wish to apply for her wings to be ripped off personally, as now she wastes Red Bull, she's no longer worthy of her wings.
I
am worried about all of you. Right then, so with that being said,
I have exactly as many wings as I have drank Red Bulls.
Knight 681. If Tiger class cruiser are described in question 22, why mount the 3 twin strike missiles below the forward 3-inch gun when that puts them near the forward 6-inch guns and their blast effects? Well, I'm also not sure why you have 3 twins, but if you do have 3 twins, that's lovely. Usually you'd have 4 twins and you put them either side, and hopefully the blast effects wouldn't hit them, because unless the gun is firing directly past them, it shouldn't have an impact. So unless the guns are firing at that angle, when your missiles are here, it won't hit them. Blast effect is usually not something which goes... It has a little effect around this area, but usually it's focused in the direction you are firing. Now, if you're talking about the shock effect going through the hull of the guns firing, that will go back to them. But again, if you're putting them on a decent launcher, it should have a method of absorbing and preventing the shock effect from impacting upon the missiles. With that being said, we'll take in 2 more questions? Or should it be 3 to get us to midnight?
2.
2. 2
And a
more
half.
questions.
From, can I be cruel?
Yeah.
Yes.
2 more questions from somebody who's not Knight?
We'll see who manages to get them in. According to
Fair
exit
enough.
plans, the Tiger Hull could take 3 twin launchers. It could take 4. I'm fairly certain it could take 4. Knight's already got in.
Yeah, I can see that. Question 73. As the Royal Navy pre-Washington Naval Treaty was looking post-Hawkins cruiser at 12 to 13,000 tons, is 8 9.2-inch guns viable on a hull that size, as the RN was very likely going to try for 9.2s?
As I've said before, the odds are it ends up as the 14,500 tons in that sort of scenario. Can flak be used against hypersonics? Yes, it can, probably.
Yes. Because hypersonics don't like flying into walls of metal, apparently.
And hypersonics have absolutely terrible maneuverability. If they want to maneuver around things and do good maneuverability, they have to slow down.
It should be noted that against most flak materials,
Garrus the Brit has put in a question, but he hasn't put the Q&A in front of it. There's someone to copy it across and help him out, and then that's going to be our last question.
Sob carrier variants, discuss, and go ahead, Foxo, seeing as how we have now completely flatlined you.
Yeah.
It should also be noted that against most materials commonly used in flak, a hypersonic's plasmatic cone would protect it against, because it would quite literally burn its way through a cloud of flak. Because anything that's not tungsten doesn't really like plasmatic temperatures.
Yeah.
Retain enough of a solid form to pose any threat to the cone, to the metal behind it that's capable of withstanding those temperatures.
That's why most of the 5-inch and other sort of AA shells, do you know what the balls put in them are made of?
Tungsten by depleted uranium, isn't it?
That old tungsten.
Yeah.
Yep.
But for example, I know a lot of the old Data 35mm flak shells use steel ball bearings and steel casing.
Yeah.
Those wouldn't be effective.
No, they wouldn't. But the thing is, how to put it, the flak evolves to meet the threat. It's one of the things of, okay, how do we do this so it's going to be effective? It's going to deal with that cone. It's going to cause that damage. And you start working it through. Gareth,
the problem with hypersonics is that they can't really see in front of them.
Yeah, if they're
because of aforementioned plasma cone.
If they are true hypersonics, they do. They have to be, and it's communicating and giving them updated data.
No, I can't read. Sorry.
It's fun.
I cannot read. I cannot read questions, apparently. All right, fair enough.
Earth atmosphere not like being moved far through it.
No, Earth likes to cause trouble. So, Timu, so we'll do Stafford's and then we'll do Garrus's. Stafford, who is more likely to make a dedicated anti-drone gun warship? The US, Russia, or China? None of them. The closest you're going to get is what the British are making with the flak frigate, but it's still got missiles on there. It's not going to be a gunship, gun warship. There will be increased gun armament. Is more likely than making a dedicated ship. Bob the Bomb, is the flak in the plasma long enough to melt before hitting the cone? That is a question, but also that depends on how hot the plasma is running.
I would also posit that if suddenly the air becomes, on average, much more dense, that is going to play merry havoc with the assumptions in the shaping speed and density of the nose cone of the munition. So
and the engines.
Even if the projectile does not maintain integrity, to impact, there is a non-zero chance it is still going to impact the missile's reliability or survivability.
And if they're only £20 million per missile, then you're very happy if your hypersonics are that cheap. Garrus the Brit. Right, so, Saab carrier variant, discuss. Has anyone looked this up?
It's fairly comfortable, slightly overpriced for what it is, and usually only comes in a sedan version.
Now, I'm presuming it's the
Do you have
Saab
soft top?
Gripen.
Did Dr. Dan just ask me if I had a Saab spot?
Soft
Oh,
top.
oh.
Oh, no.
But you can get it with the twin turbocharger and the additional aero package by means.
Now,
So,
I'm thinking what he's talking about is the Saab Gripen's proposal, and they've actually done another one proposal for the Gripen, the modern Gripen E, being a carrier variant, because they've designed it for both Katabar and Stobar aircraft carriers. Now, there is only two operators of Stobar carriers. They are the Russians and the Indians. So I presume this is not for the Russians it's being operated. Also, I suppose, well, the Chinese as well. Who operate Stobar. As for Katabar, well, the only ones who operate Katabar are the Americans and the French at the current time. So, I think this is the Gripen once again going after the Indians and trying to get them to buy them. And I'm not surprised. They have a really good and interesting proposal for it. And would you all like to see the proposal for it?
Does it look better than the Blackburn Maximus, or interwar French heavy bombers?
Okay, so this is not their most recent one, but this is their one from 2017, which I had the link to on the Saab site, and they have a more recent one than this, but there you go. This is it from 2017. They've got an updated one. It looks pretty darn sexy to me.
Why did they canard Delta my Hornet?
Mark, stick the questions in the chat. I'll pick it up and put it in. I'll do you that favour.
Why did they canard Delta Katabar my Eagle or my Viper?
It's pretty done. It's a good looking aircraft. And yeah. I think myself, the fact is they are pushing for the Indian market, they are pushing for various markets, but also there is the reality that by doing this they are stressing its rough strip capability, and there are nations which are looking at the Gripen and going, that is an actual option. Especially in the post-F-16 world, where the F-16 is starting to wind down.
God, I can't imagine what the F-16 replacement program is going to look like.
That's supposed to be the F-35. That was the whole point. The F-35 was supposed to be the cheap stealth aircraft which was going to replace the F-16.
Help me. Hey.
Yeah, they are.
One thing that Europe's got that I think the American market really stupided it on, well, actually, there's several things, but the biggest thing in auto is the fact that the American market no longer has a single manufacturer making wagons.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to know another interesting thing about the Gripens, which Garius has just reminded me of? The fact is that for Britain to operate the Gripens off the Queen Elizabeth class, we'd only have to add the barrier system to the Queen Elizabeth rather than the catapult system. And adding barriers is a lot easier. Barrier system recovery.
Okay, quick thing. I just got a message from a Swedish friend of mine.
Yes.
Who is currently having an aneurysm of how you're saying the Gripen's name.
Yes. I do like to wind up my Swedish colleagues with that one.
now,
He's saying
Right.
very vocally, it's an I, it's a pen.
Great
Not a
Ippen.
Gry pen.
I
Now,
know.
Listen, we are Anglophones. If we do not gripe, what are we? French?
Now it's interesting you say that about your Swedish friend, because I've had a Norwegian friend say the similar things, and also that they think the Gripen is rather underrated as an aircraft.
It's a good aircraft, but it
Agree
is.
with it, actually.
I can on Sunday supposed to be saying the Gripen, but that doesn't sound right to my tongue, so it gets pronounced Gripen. And I've had this conversation with Saab into them, and they have just gone. As long as you're talking about it, we don't care. But the thing is,
I'll read out this message in full.
yeah,
Blank, blank, blank. It's Gripen because it's named after a griffin, which is how we say griffin.
yes,
Um,
it is.
yeah, Castanea. If there was a viable wagon in the American market, I would have bought that.
Right.
But there isn't.
Right. I am looking for Mark Harness because he said he had a question and didn't manage to get it in. And I'm looking for it. Yeah, the Gripen.
Swedish aeroplane.
It would be. It's an interesting thing to talk about because there is part of me sitting there going, I don't like small fleets of aircraft. I prefer logistically you to have a large fleet of one aircraft. So, for example, for Britain, I prefer to have properly run our procurement of F-35s and actually have the right number of them. Because currently, we were supposed to be aiming for roughly 150. We've got roughly a 46 of that in service, I think. 47, maybe, minus the one we lost. And we are now struggling to have the aircraft we have in Cyprus, have the aircraft doing at least one other duty, and put aircraft on the carrier. And that's not surprising. It was supposed to be we're buying enough to maintain to guarantee at least one carrier group and one land-based air wing. Right then? So that means you need about 36 for the carrier. And that means you need roughly another 36 for the land-based strike wing. Roughly. So that's 72 aircraft. So, about a third of your air fleet at any point will be in long-term reserve, will be in long-term refit maintenance reserve because of the work that was required by modern aircraft in terms of refitting them, etc. So if you have 150-ish aircraft, that'll be about 50. That leaves you about 100. Right, and you're going to need aircraft for conversion, squadron, all those things. That's probably going to be roughly 24. 24 to 28. 2 air wings of 36 equals 72. There you go, there's your 150 aircraft. And then people look at me and go, well, why do we have 40 aircraft? Why don't we have a full air wing on the carrier? I'm going, because we bought about less than a third of what we needed. Because we thought we were smarter than the world, that we bet everything on history being over and us being able to control events and being able to do the things which was the most, how do I put this politely? I'm not even sure it's financially sensible. The cheapest option of looking like we had capability. And here's the reality. Think about everyone here in the chat listening, everyone. Think about this from the perspective of you when you're doing your house. If you're looking at quotes from builders or people coming to do work property in your house, do you automatically go with the cheapest quote because it's the cheapest? Or do you look at the various options and think, well, hang on, is this the cheapest because they're not doing stuff which I want to do? Or can they not do the dates I need them for? Or will they take longer? Or are they going to tack on money at the end? Are they not giving me an actual accurate review of it? You don't just go automatically with the cheapest, you actually think it through. And usually, you'll find you'll end up talking yourself into about the second cheapest, or the middle of the pack. Because that's the sensible route to do. That's not what Britain, that's not what France, that's not what Italy, that's not what any country has done in the Western world in the last 30 years in defence. They have gone with the cheapest option every single time. Even America has done that option. And that's why every single one is facing the issues they are facing now. Because they've looked at the price of everything, and they haven't considered the value or the capability that will be brought for that price. It's not the fault of... Carry on.
If you get 3 quotes for something, and 2 of them are within spitting distance of each other, and one of them is way out of line, usually cheaper, you really don't want to pick the cheapest option.
Yeah.
Unless they can prove to you why they're going to be cheaper. They have some revolutionary new technology or something.
Well, we have a similar scenario because one of the gardener who we now use is a lot cheaper for us than the others. And we went, why is this quote cheaper? And we found out he lives 3 houses away, so he's just walking from home. So he's not bothering to charge us for petrol or drive time. So
decent chap.
That makes the price make sense. You sit there and go, oh, he basically just walks here. So he doesn't load up his car or anything. He just wanders here, helps the gardening, and goes away. Because as we all know, I have black thumbs. I will literally kill anything by just looking at it. I will go and do the physical labour in the garden quite happily, but I do not let me do actual gardening. Has Mark Harkness put his question in?
I don't know.
No, I haven't seen it.
Blackstones would explain why everyone who's been in your circle quite a while doesn't have a partner.
That's not strictly true. I think myself and Dan are the exceptions.
Drax married. Gareth is. Lynn is.
I was thinking of the fact that, I remember, your sister's not either, is she?
Yeah, that's nothing to do with me. That's my sister's own fun stuff.
Yeah, and the people you do the live streams with. Ruinon is Ruinon.
Ouch, but true.
Dan
You and Dragon?
sounds like a forever bachelor.
No, I'm divorced.
Yeah.
Well, no offense. Like, me and Dragon are in together because of Fleet.
Don't say that to Fleet. He'll give him too much of an ego. We really can't deal with that.
You already
Yeah.
knew.
I mean,
Figured it out about 2 to 3 months after we got together.
I mean, Dan and I are basically married to our jobs at this point.
Yeah.
I don't
We're
think
both-
Timu's got a partner either, and Stafford does.
We're both working absolutely stupid hours.
Yeah.
I can't speak to Timu, but I know Stafford works the road. So he's got probably the home life of a brick, and that's insulting to the brick. Yeah.
Yeah. How do I put this? How do I put this in terms of me? I'm single, but I'm not really looking. The last relationship has left me with enough things to work through that I don't want to take that baggage into anything else. Until I've worked through that, I'm looking, but I'm not really actively looking, if that makes sense. But the really weird thing is you say that, but then amongst my friends, I've introduced most of them to their partners. There's like, that's the disturbing thing. I'm very good at finding the right one person for other people. I'm terrible apparently at finding it for myself, but really good for other people.
My issue is I'm away from home 4 to 6 days a week.
Also, I would say I'm not going to be too public about it, but at least one of those people you've listed as single and permanently single there is a degree of singleness which they do not have, because, yeah.
And then on top of that, I have out of everybody you've listed, I probably have the smallest potential dating pool.
Look, Legacy, what me and Hyder have is beyond words, okay? We don't go there.
It's also the epitome of a long distance relationship.
It is. Really long. But she's beautiful. She is beautiful.
To point out, Ronan, working away from home isn't as much of an issue, given how me and Dragon live on the other side of the country most of the time.
Yes, but you also have to remember that I have been working since I was 9 and am very awkward in a non-professional environment.
So am I.
Foxo, you're so awkward in all environments.
Yes, the problem is I have a very difficult time treating people as outside the box of coworker, subordinate, or client. This is a problem.
All I'm hearing is cope.
Hey, if you want to matchmake me with somebody who wants to put up with my particular flavor of bullshit and whose particular flavor of shenanigans I can put up with, you're more than welcome to. I'll take all the help I can get at this point. But
yeah, I am wondering if this is Foxo's beginning of her line of trying to matchmake everyone.
I don't use dating apps, and basically my personal life is full of neurodivergent queer people, half of whom are already in their own relationships, and the other half which I don't want to be in a relationship with.
Yeah. I have to say my experience of Tinder and Hinge has not been great.
Why are you on Hinge?
Because my course assistants recommended it, and my course assistants recommended it as the best one to go on, and they nagged me all week. So I tried it out for a couple of days. You know, my course assistants are lovely, but this is the other trouble. I spend half my life when I go and do work, when I'm working. I'm either teaching teenagers or working with teenagers, and that doesn't give you a good view of the dating pool.
Look, all I'm gonna say is
Either gender.
Need a dating app. Me and Dragon met because Fleet dragged me to a community game night, and we were in meeting awkwardly together for about 4 hours, and we've hit it off ever since.
Cool.
You're overcomplicating things.
Every person I've done that with has already been in a fucking relationship.
Yeah.
Then do it more.
I don't have time.
I'm just gonna go back to my normal method of when I get back into the gym, and eventually, the nicest way, I just wait for one of the people at the gym to go, "You do realize I like you? Do you want to go out on a date?" And go, "Oh,
I'm working 6/12s. 10s at least you have some chance of a social life. 12s, it doesn't happen."
You actually only get 1 day off a week, though, if you're working 6/12s instead of 10.
Yeah, do you know what I have done today? I have done laundry, gotten a sandwich, and cut the lawn, and then been here.
We are now well off the topic of naval history, so I will say thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you for joining us. We're probably going to continue chatting on Discord, where we're going to get told off again more by Foxo for our lack of dating lives. So if you want to come listen to that, you can. And take care. But I'm finishing the discussion now because we're not on naval history. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care. And unfortunately, Mark never put his question up, so. But if he saves it for next week, we'll definitely do it. We'll definitely do it next week. We'll look out for it. Take care, everyone, and thank you very much for watching. And thank you to all my panelists and everyone for being here. Hope you had a good evening, and chat soon.